Man, Black African power. What's good? What's happening? A well-organized lie defeats a disorganized truth every time. Woo-hoo-wee, man. Y'all already know what it is, man. It's God killing the house. And I see you. And I come to do what I got to do, and I'm going to do what I got to do. I'm standing tall. I'm standing strong. Hey, Bobby banging this bitch. What's good, family, man? Y'all know what it is, man. Got a good one. Over there getting interviewed in the House of Conscience. Debate Colosseum. Man. It was a great interview, too. Until Apostle jumped up. I'm going to call him Apostle the Ignorant. That's his new name. Apostle the Ignorant. Can't do it no other way. Man, he worked on this game. He worked on this game to make a person crash out. Because I was on my best behavior for 3 hours. 3 hours of him cutting in and cutting me off and diving in with the ignorance. What is going on with this? Oh, that's how that's going to be. Oh, they just going to keep me? Okay. Diving in with the ignorance back and forth. First of all, man, shout out to everybody, man. All right. Shout out to all the people, man. Shout out to the back. Shout out to the back, man. You know what I'm saying, yo? The barbarians. Always be a barbarian. All day, every day. You know it. Shout out to all the groups in the back, man. I appreciate the support and the goddamn non-support, man. I mean, the gauntlet, yeah, I mean, we hangs out there. The barbarians hangs out in the gauntlet. Yeah, I'm saying. But the thing that made me famous, the pseudo killers and the community of skeptics. Big up to all them. Big up to everybody in the server, man. Get the link, get in the server is where the high level conversation is always taking place. Big up to all that, man. So this is what I'm gonna say, man. God dang. Man, I tried not to crash out. By the time he made me crash out, I'm going to bang you in your mouth. Wait till you get to Baltimore. I don't care if you're an old man. I'm going to kick you in the forehead. I'll crash. Ow! I apologize to the family. I don't apologize to him. I don't. But I apologize to the audience, man, that's taking time to watch me and say, yo, you too old for that. Y'all probably right. I am. I can't even, I know I can't even fight as good as I used to. Probably get tired early in the count. And punches got to be slower. I don't think they is. But in a real fight, when I lay that jab out there thinking it's going to come back snapping, I think it might be slow motion to the person I'm throwing it at. I think it might be. Starting to doubt myself. I don't know. I know my son didn't grew up from here to all the way here, and his hands is blazing. I don't know. He like to chip off the old block. He made me realize, man, yo, don't be seeing me in the street trying to pick no fights with me. Don't do it, because I ain't fighting you. I'm too old to be fighting. That's not what we doing. We intellectual gunfighters. I'm the Highlander, and we reside on Mount Olympus. Yeah. Anyway, Nepal, she put together a great interview. Right? I like to thank Sonetta, right, and his platform for having me on there and allowing me to play the content. I think that's important, right, for us to continue to help our channels grow. All right? I see you in there, the bar. That's the queen of the bar. Yeah, big up to the bar, which I'm a happy member all day, every day. In the back alleys is where it always go down, man. So y'all can jump on the bar, man, where the conversation is hot and heavy. When you allowed to crash out in the back alley on Facebook. You can crash out. That's Crash Out Alley. Yeah. A lot of good people in there, man. A lot of people talking about science. A lot of people talking pseudoscience. I like to get in and mix in sometimes and break that shit up. I mean, break it up. Break it up. You're an agent. No, I'm a free agent. Don't forget, if you call me an agent, I used to get mad when they called me an agent. I used to be wanting to reach out and just, But then I realized, damn, I checked the mailbox. I wasn't getting no checks. I said, I ain't getting no money. Government ain't paying. Nobody paying me. I said, well, damn, I'm a free agent then. I do this shit for free. I beat y'all up for free. But that's their favorite words in the back alleys of Facebook. You're an agent. No. Don't forget, if you call me agent, make sure you say, you're a free agent. Don't forget. All right. But Apostle, the ignorant, he got me. I was doing so good in the interview. I apologize to Nepal. I didn't mean to crash out Nepal. Nepal crash outs are epic. You epic. Sonetta crash out is here. My crash out is here. And Nepal edged me out about right here because she just will go for days. So she got me beat. But she has been conducting herself in a very, very professional manner lately. And I like her interview style, yo. I think she found her niche, man. And the fact that she ain't lit Apostle make her crack. Because Apostle got the controls. He can pop in this show and pop out. This fool popping in, popping out. We was like, what? And she held her composure, yo. So she did that for the sisterhood. I'm appreciating that, man. Seriously. Great interview. It was great dialogue, but this crazy Apostle the ignorant, fake Hebrew, kept jumping in the conversation, and he made everything that I was saying true. on how the Stone Age. So I'm gonna play that for you, man. But I'd like to give some props to the pseudo killer ladies. Big up to Miss Tiff. Big up to Juju. Big up to all the sisters in the daggone Discord, right? Big up to everybody that's helped support and part of the pseudo killer army, man. That's making scientific literacy great again in our community, man. I'm gonna say that, yo. And big up to the first Cash App. Man, my man Ghost, he always in there, yo. He's a heavy supporter, bro. Right? And he do it on a regular occurrence. He be the first one to do it, man. The Ghost, man. I appreciate you, bro. That's love you showed me, man. And you know what I'm saying, yo? Everything count around here, man. Everything count. So this was a great conversation here. But what I want to start off with, because I don't know how I'm letting it go, I think I might get to the crash out part and let y'all see me crash, because I crashed all the way out. I mean, I ain't gonna lie, yo. I ain't gonna lie, yo. Bleed the cake. Bleed the cake. And he has the green glow. He's a member, a monthly contributor, and he has the green glow. Green glow. Yeah. All right. So let me. I want to start off with some kind of way we got into variolation and vaccinations. So I kind of want to jump right here first. I want to kind of do this because at that point I was hot, and then some kind of way we got into syphilis and the origin of syphilis. So that conversation probably pop up again. All right. And, y'all can dive into conversation. The group should dive into it. You know, where did syphilis start? I say it started in Americas. I say the first recorded case was in France when the French army was participating in some Italian wars, right? And so for some reason, Apostle the Ignorant couldn't get the difference between the first recorded case and the origin of such disease. He couldn't put that together. So if you get the first recorded case in America, watch this, the first recorded case in America of COVID is in America, that don't mean the origin of the virus was in America. See that? It doesn't. So we know that the origin of coronavirus, based off, if you're a conspiracy theory, you just think they made it. I'm gonna let you know you're ignorant as hell. Did you give humans that much credit to think that they could put together a virus like that? Y'all just don't, y'all don't know the subject matter. You don't understand what the level is. And no human as of to date, no scientist as of to date has that type of intricacies of understanding of a virus to the point where they could make one with all the different locks on and all that, put it in the right place. They don't got that technology. Because if they did, yo, that'd be the greatest mind ever known to mankind. Just for the record, but that's for the conspiracy theories. Or you understand it to come from China. The origin of it is in China, but in America, the first recorded case, I think, was in New York somewhere. But that don't mean that's the origin of it, right? See? He couldn't get that through his head. He couldn't get the fact that the French mix with the Italians all the time, that the French armies are mobile, sailors and armies. Some people travel to the Americas. They had sex with indigenous women and they spread syphilis, you know what I'm saying, in the old world. But syphilis is a new world disease. And so the thing we talk about is the Columbian exchange. Okay? I know that your biases on the subject will say, ain't them filthy white people. They was the ones that brought the syphilis. It's a sexually transmitted disease. Man, it's a pathogen, bro. It don't mean you filthy. It never had meant that. Now you may make it that. She burned me. I'm like, okay. But that's not, that's the stigma placed on it. That's the stigma. Okay? So I get it. You think white people are the most hard people that ever existed. Yeah, I know. Right. And I'm sure there's white people that think the same way about you. That's the problem. That is the problem right there. That your lying eyes are telling you because the person don't look like you. All of a sudden, they this, they that. Oh man, it's crazy, bro. Crazy work right there. And so Apostle the Ignorant couldn't get past his ignorance. He didn't realize that the old world brought smallpox to the Americas, and the new world gave them yellow fever and specifically syphilis. And they spread it to the known world like that. Based off of their sexual practices, you know what I'm saying? However, what they spread it. It's not recorded in the new world because that's not what they was doing. That was part of some of the diseases they had. And they had their different ways to deal with it. Do a comprehensive study on that. So let's just start right here. All right. We ain't gonna start the syphilis thing. All right. What I would like, and then we went through the whole Tuskegee experiment with the syphilis and how they didn't give them treatment because it wasn't no penicillin and all that. So the whole syphilis thing is a very interesting conversation there. We didn't even get that deep into it because of Apostle the Ignorant. He wasn't allowing us to do anything because of his bias, man. And his bias was ludicrous. Yeah. So I'm talking to him, so whether you FBA or African American or Black, Hebrew, or Moor, science, whatever the hell you want to be, whatever you are in your brain, this conversation is right for understanding. Like it don't matter what you is. See, you can understand science. Don't matter what religion you got, you can understand science. And that's what we're doing. We want us to understand science. So I think what I want to do this first. I think I want to go, let me see. Yeah, I probably just want to get to, at this point, I want to get to science. Let me see. Just give a general, let me see. Do I have that right here? Damn it. Shoot, man. Page 2, it can't be that far down the page. I want to kind of give it just a general, I want to read it too. I don't want to just, I know I got a certain amount of time to read because after that, y'all, like, man, get that nigga read and shut up. Perspective, the natural science education standard. Okay, page 22. All right. Okay, so let me share the screen right here. Now, I got a few things I got to read. I'm going to read this definition, which is going to tap into my reading time. I give myself just don't read them shit. All right. All right. And then we're going to play that video where it got fire. Man, make sure y'all like and subscribe to the Serial Killer channel and the community of skeptics. Make sure y'all like and subscribe to the debate Colosseum. Sarnetta's, right? Make sure y'all keep supporting him. Whether you think the content he has is pseudo or not, he has a range of content on there. Everybody got a right to produce the content they want to produce. If you think it's wrong, you correct it. And that's what we do. We correct it. That's what we do. We correct the content. Whether it's FBA content, we're going to correct it because we have the ability to do that. So we at the National Academies, National Science Education Standard, right? Principles and definition, man. Type it into your search engine, man. It's going to pop right up for you. All right. And they have a definition on page 22. Yes. Perspectives in terms of National Science Education Standard. So we come right here with science literacy. Those that are familiar with the content in the show know we routinely define this for you. Why is it that I'm fighting so hard for science literacy? Because it helps you completely. It helped make you whole, right? You become whole, right, in your journey as a Homo sapien, as an African American, as a person that is in America. When you understand the values, the people, and the environment around you. And so science literacy is the knowledge of understanding of scientific concepts. So that's why we talk about scientific concepts like evolutionary biology. All right, that's part of science, or psychology. That's part of science. Some call it the soft science. Right? You want to understand the brain and how it works. You want to study the brain, neuroscience. Okay, so it helps you understand scientific concepts like global warming. Is that correct? Do we need to put a conspiracy in there to understand? Trying to break you away from that. Okay, so This is what scientific literacy does. Also, and processes, watch this. This is essential. Required for personal decision making. We can all make better personal decision making. Should I eat that donut all the time? Should I eat that steak every day, 3 times a day? See this processes that require you to make personal decision making can be based in science. Now, also participation in civic and cultural affairs. What's your civic duty as an African American? If you say yourself to be FBA, what is your civic duty? You say yourself to be a Moor. What is this? No, you can't ask them more. They're going to start talking about the laws ain't right. You can't ask them that. But that's the point, though. If they get scientific literate, they would understand that ain't no damn Moor. That's outdated and they tripping. See that? It puts you right in the face of knowing when you tripping. Yeah, your civic duties. And cultural affairs, for all my people to think they're indigenous to America, your cultural affairs. Who are you culturally? Where do you fit? And this is the big one right here, because it's always about food, clothing, and shelter and protectability of it. Right? Economic productivity. Big up to those who invest in understanding economics and what it means. We're all subjected to economics. It's your social economic system that oppresses you in today's world. Where do you fit? Okay? So let me read it. Scientific literacy. Science literacy is the knowledge and understanding of scientific concepts and processes required for personal decision making, participation in civic and cultural affairs, and economic productivity. Productivity, that's what it is. All right? So we get that straight because we straighten them. All right? We got FBA convo. Boy, you be borderline in there, bro, for no reason. I don't know why, man. You're going to figure out, yo, that I'm nice with what I'm doing. I'm good with that. You got in the Flash TV, always making wild stories. Yeah, so he make this comment, right? We'll jump in. He says, replicating theories is an issue in science. No, replicating theories is an issue on your channel or whatever the hell you doing. It's an issue with you. Because your ignorance of the subject does not allow you to even know that that's being taken care of all the time routinely in science. There's no debate of that. You just making it up. And you set the hook out there to miseducate people around you when they listen to that. Yeah. Man, now you ain't gonna stop it, bro. You're not gonna have a source that's gonna prove that. You're gonna come with one source and you're gonna do no. Nah. But of course, we never speak in absolutes. There are things that have problem with replicating, of course. But if you can't replicate it, then you can't stand on it. See what I'm saying? Think about that. Charles Darwin theory of evolution, I use that because y'all hate Charles Darwin, right? Y'all make him what you want to make him in your head because it helps you not understand what evolution is. As long as you can say that man is racist, then you can discount his theory, which is ridiculous. The two don't go together. A person can be a thief, a Christian, a Muslim, a racist, and still produce a scientific theory. Could being a racist mess up your scientific material? Absolutely. They did it, and it was called scientific racism. But that's why they called that pseudoscience. It wasn't based in science. It was based in pseudoscientific ideas that could not be replicated or duplicated. See the difference? So let's come to the history real fast. Come to the history of technology and science. Let's see, the history of technology. History of technology, of science in Africa, right? We come here real quick. Remember, I got to put myself on the pitch count when it comes to that readingship. You can't read too much. All right, so if you look here, all right, and you come here, most y'all don't even read this. You got education, astronomy, mathematics, metallurgy, medicine, agriculture, textile, maritime technology. Okay, let's come to the medicine as part of it. All right. So you always, I use this against people to say the white man's science. It's the craziest thing ever. It's crazy. Everything is, it's like going to college, man. You be a freshman. Okay. But that's predicated on getting out of high school, right? All right. You get to your sophomore year. That's predicated on you finishing the foundation, which is just your freshman year. Okay. And you get your third year of college. Then you become a senior. All right. But you do not become a senior, not unless you finish your third year. Being a senior is predicated off of how well you did in your third year of college. Simple as that. That's how science works. Okay. And so we come to West Africa and it's a hill. Okay. This is all documented. I'm going to do a simple thing that I talked about during the pandemic. It's right here for you. And they say, well, why do you use Wikipedia? Because it's written in probably 8th grade language. Basically, most material, the average reading level is 7th and 8th grade. Y'all didn't know that? So a lot of material that you're reading is really 8th grade material. So why would I break out a source in the Journal of Nature and Science? Why would I do that? I'm trying to get you to have a general understanding of it. And you read it because most people, although they can pronounce the words crispy, yeah, reading is fundamental, right? That is the found. You got to be able to read, right? Read the words, right? Whether you stumble over them or not, you got to be able to read them. But comprehension is the level. You have to be able to comprehend the sentence and the sentence prior to that, to put together the whole idea, to understand what the words, what the sentences, what the paragraphs are trying to convey, because you can mess that up. So we come to the knowledge of inoculating oneself against smallpox seems to have been known to West Africans, or more specifically, the Ankh. A slave named Onesimus explained the inoculation procedure to Cotton Mather during the 18th century. He reported to have gotten the knowledge from Africa. Runaways of American Benjamin Franklin, Slavery and the American Revolution, page 40. Why is this important? I'm trying to show you the progression in scientific ideas from one idea to the other. So I'm talking about the daunted word vaccines, which is high-level medical science. And even if you're an idiot and don't understand it, you know it's the level, because you find it in all hospitals around planet Earth. All nations produce vaccines, whether it's China, whether it's Russia, Cuba. Look it up. They do this. And the funny part about it is a lot of nations don't trust each other. Why? Because they want to be at the forefront of it. They want to produce and say, we have produced this. I'll just tell you that the United States leads the world in science and technology, just for the record. But they also lead the world in ignorance of science and technology. Ain't that wild? That's a wild flip-flop right there. The conscious community lead African Americans in ignorance of science because they have this alternative version in the conscious community. They need the world in ignorance of science. They need the African American community in ignorance of science. And they make the fatal mistake of saying, white man science. Wild. So right here, we at the foundation, what would later on spawn first generation, second generation, third generation vaccines. We seen the third generation vaccines at play during the pandemic. But you do not get to the third generation without the mastery of inoculation. And y'all see it. So we move to inoculation or violation. All right. Now, I'm running out of readership time. Okay. So I'll read this segment right here for you. Right. Then I'll go ahead and move down to the spread into Americas. All right. Read that small section that I'm done with the readership. We play the video. But I would like to say, man, good morning or good afternoon. And I'm past the morning to everybody watching, man. We got 56,000 people in the room. Objective perspective. What's going on? All right. Yeah. You say science has been turned into heresy. We don't do rigorous tests. Yeah, you're a pseudo. You tripping. I can't even say your name. Takagore Dawson. Yeah, you bugged out. Yeah, you bugged out, bro. You gotta stop it. But and we got truth to power in the daggone thing. I ain't even see that. That's Dr. Mayat. She the one she be teaching at the high level conferences. That's what she do. And without her being there, she represents us taking a step towards excellence. So truth to power, big up the truth to power. And you say it all the time. Comprehension is key. And we're going to do a rewind of quote unquote, and I hate saying this dude name. He's so wild, man. Chief X, Drunken Style. So they was talking about the slave show we did, and I hope we can stimulate that conversation. And it was a great conversation. So we're going to redo that. We're going to do a little rewind on it and look at it. All right. So for me, I don't have no problem with nobody using my content, not at all. You know, just don't be, you know, like, don't take it to where I got hit you in your mouth. No, I'm playing with anybody. I'm just saying. I be feeling like that though, but that ain't real. My point is, keep it, I would say, when you're dealing with the sisters, you got to keep it, respectful. I mean, seriously, you gotta have respect, right? Because you just can't handle the women that way. When you're dealing with me, you can play super rough, right? But don't cuss me out everywhere. Don't do it. Don't lie on me. Yeah, don't lie. You can use all the stuff I told you. If you want to say that, you used to smoke cocaine, you used to sniff dope, yeah, you used to drink Thunderbird. Yeah, I don't mind it. Make sure you use the word used to. And if you think the fact that I used to drink and smoke weed and all that affects how I'm thinking today, you could say that 30 years later, 35 years later. If you thinking that, bet. But make sure you say the nigga used to. Right? And if you call me an agent, make sure you call me a free agent because I don't get paid for it. You can also call, that's the new thing, use a gatekeeper. Yes, I'm a gatekeeper for intellectual property between your ears. I'm making sure that we all stay correct. I'm guarding knowledge from the ignorant that wants to tear it up and have you run around here naked and crazy, butterball naked and stupid. And oh, by the way, this wild narrative of the youth being intelligent, man, listen, that's your perspective, right? So youth can be intelligent and they also can be ignorant. The old can be intelligent and they also can be ignorant. So the standard of intelligent youth, right, that you ain't popping up on YouTube all the time in the conscious community. Y'all have a standard where if you're young, you're smart. That's not the standard. I will go into Dr. Mayat class, beautiful class, male and females. And they surround this daggone woman. Like we're in some damn African village somewhere and you getting taught by the great master queen teacher and they all like this on edge. That was a situation I wasn't ready for. Although she piped me in, you know what I'm saying, to talk to him, to do a lecture on the origin of STEM, I wasn't ready for what I seen when I got there in real time. It was different. I done played a lot of sports. I done been around a lot of teams, great coaches, been around a lot of parents. I've been around a lot of people that command authority. But this damn woman was special. In her ability to output information in such a way that the students gravitated to high-level concepts. They was no longer, watch this, she put them in a position to no longer be afraid of high-level competition and academic standards. Like that's just a basic thing for them to do. Whether it's white people there, Chinese people there, they felt themselves to be the level. And this is the framework, this is the mindset she put them children in, young adults. When I walk into the room, they was like, oh, you brother Ankh. Yeah, that was a great lecture. I didn't know this. I didn't know that. And then when they began to speak the way they spoke, I say, this the goddamn level right here. These are the intelligent ones, not the YouTube ones. Oh, the conspiracy. And you know, they're saying the words correctly, but the shit is dumb. It wasn't that. That's the level. We have the level amongst us and we don't even know it. So big up to the sister and big up to the students at Morgan State University and big up to the professors because they are pushing the damn level. This is where I understand now that what we do is right here on goddamn Mount Olympus. This is when I start to understand that we are affecting change. And this lady is leading the way. She can go in spaces that all of us can't go with the message. That's why I fight so hard for her. The pedigree, the level of the students, having conversations, sisters having conversations about Purdue and summer programs and how the professor didn't recognize that, looking at them kind of maybe marginalized, and then they open their mouth and blow them away. It's amazing. The program works. So you keep doing what you're doing. Truth to power. Make sure y'all support that channel. Big up to the students at Southern University. Big up to the students at Morgan State University. Big up to them because that is the standard. Thank you, Dr. Mayat. Let me move on. So, tired of people saying vaccines is the white man's science. They do not understand science. I'm tired of people saying ancient Egypt had jet planes and they had the level higher than everybody. I'm tired of that. You're actually erasing the history. When you lie about a person's story, you taking it, you're lying about the story. It does not benefit anybody. So we see how they get to the level. Violation was the method of inoculation used to immunize individuals against smallpox, variola, with material taken from a patient or a recent violated individual, in the hope that a mild but protective infection would result. Okay? Only 1 to 2% of those violated died from the intentional infection compared to 30% who contracted the smallpox naturally. This is where the revolution road, and this is where your education will either help you close the gap or make the gap bigger. You'll either run from those statistics or you'll run right to them. This is where humans are horrible at making this understanding right here. The first thing the uneducated on the subject will say, man, I ain't want to die. Why would I give myself that to die? It said 1 to 2% though, as opposed to 30%. So you got a better chance. If you're in an environment and there's smallpox, right, you have a 30% chance of dying if you contracted it, as opposed to a 1 to 2%. So it would seem naturally you would take the 1 to 2%, but the word die and intentionally infected you blow you away, and you can't do it, and so you go with the 30%. Humans are horrible at calculating that. That's why we need science to calculate it, to inform you and instruct you. Science is a way of informing and instruct you. That's why it's important to get people who look just like us to continue to participate in science, to inform us and instruct us on what and what not to do. Goes on to say violation is no longer used today. Right. It's out of style. It was too dangerous, but it was the level of the time. It say it was replaced by smallpox vaccine. I say again, it was replaced by smallpox vaccine, a safer alternative. This in turn led to the development of many vaccines now available against diseases. So what's the steps, y'all? Violation, okay, which is the method of inoculation, okay, to immunize individuals against smallpox led to the what? The development of vaccines in turn led to the development of vaccines now available against other diseases, man. This is why this is important here. So if you say the vaccine is the white man's science, you tripping. You making it up. It can't be. Why can't it be? Because we click the article on right here. We go to the spread into Americas. All right, so we're now in the spread into Americas, right? Here you go. All I want to read is from, that's a long section right there. I don't know if y'all can handle that, but I got to do it. Put some flavor to it. So we're talking about the spread to America of the treatment that would be the foundation of vaccines. And when they keep it super solid, there are other places that also had discovered. Humans will discover things like each other in different parts of the world. This happens. And they will communicate together to see what actually works at times. So this is a period where there's ships and it's global. So they can communicate by writing letters. It's a long-ass process of communication, but they can. So let's deal with the spread into Americas because we live in America. I ain't talking about how vaccine science got kicked off in the Americas and how Africans directly affected that by having their own level that afforded them protection against smallpox to the tune of 1 to 2% only died as opposed to 30% of the population dying or people that contracted it. How serious is this? You could never call vaccines the white man's science. You would say it through your ignorance. So whenever you say that, you're speaking through your ignorance. You're actually speaking to your ignorance, through your damn ignorance, if that makes sense. Documentation of violation in the Americas may be traced back to 1706 in Boston. I said 1702 of a show, but it's 1706 in Boston where Puritan minister Cotton Mather, he's the slave owner, learned of a technique from his West African slave Onesimus. Onesimus was an African man who was instrumental in the mitigation of smallpox in Boston, Massachusetts. They make him one of the 100 grand people of Boston is what they named this man. Look it up. Now watch this. Further research into the matter revealed to Mather that several other slaves had too been violated. In 1714, he came across Timone's article of philosophical transactions, in which he described methods of violation found in Turkey. Mather was able to implement this new method in 1721 when Boston suffered a small outbreak, although others such as William Douglas strongly opposed. So you had opposition right there. And for y'all to get the gravity of the situation, this is where the anti-vax movement started. It started against high-level African science. Y'all didn't know that. I'm going to say it again. The anti-vax movement in Europe and the United States started at this moment in time. And it was religious based. The same way it's religious based right now, based off of what you think you believe. Yeah, we cooking with hot grease. The main arguments against violation, I said the main arguments against violation were on religious grounds. I told you. Because religion was never far from any aspect of life in the 18th century, Boston. I tried to explain that to y'all. This is why it was important to separate the science from your religion, but they hadn't did it yet in the 1800s. They was trying. Several wondered how this new method would coincide with religious teachings. The simplest debate argued that violation was ungodly because it was not mentioned significantly in the Bible. Why be damned? That's why your skepticism is a tool. That's why your skepticism and your scientific literacy is a tool against the charlatans that will come amongst you. Violation was ungodly because it was not mentioned specifically in the Bible. Whoop-de-doo. Inoculation was also viewed by some as direct affront to God's innate right to determine who was to die and how and when death would occur. Ain't that something? My, oh my. You got to ask yourself, as a person that's skeptical of everything around them, you would say, but didn't humans write the Bible? And didn't humans say that God inspired them? So isn't this an all human idea? So the fact that you talking about is not mentioned in the Bible, and the fact that you're talking about that you're taking away the right of God to determine who and die, that's wild. It's humans determining that. But I know some of y'all just not going to get it because it's past you right now. God's innate right to determine who was to die and how and when death would occur. Several believe smallpox, this is a good one, the smallpox outbreak were well-merited punishments for the sins of those who contracted the disease. So the only reason you got it wasn't because of natural reasons. It was because of religious reasons, because God felt you to be a sinner. So I guess that meant those enslaved Africans wasn't sinners, huh? Because they had high-level science on how to stop the pathogen by fighting the pathogen with the pathogen. Those who were empirically minded, like the community of skeptics and the pseudo killers, and truth to power, saw the notion of using the products of such a deadly disease to prevent said disease as being an insult to logic. Those who were empirically minded saw the notion of using the products of such a deadly disease to prevent said disease as being an insult to logic. Interesting right there. So even the people who was trying to look at the situation logically, I got to correct that, thought it was an insult to use such deadly disease to prevent said disease. Yeah, so even the people that was empirical, like the community skeptics, like I said, Dr. Meow and all us, they was saying, hold on, bro, ain't that an insult? And you know why they thought that to be an insult? Because of your five senses. Remember that science didn't really take off until you had a way to either develop a whole new sense or develop tools that would extend your senses. That's when science really took off. We talk about this all the time. So even in your logical thinking, you was like, man, why would I infect myself to protect myself? Why would I infect myself to protect myself? And that's what most of y'all can't even get around. Even y'all that are logically thinking can't get past that. Those that are religious thinking never going to get past that. And I find the whole thing to be very, very fucking interesting. Let us move on. We almost at the end of it. Despite these persistent arguments, Mather also gained several supporters. Amongst this group of followers was the surgeon Jabdel Boylston, who argued Mather to further promote the procedure. What's the procedure? Violation, which is inoculation. Where did it come from? West Africa. What was the day? How did the procedure work? You took the pus from an infected individual, scratched his arm, and put the poison in small amounts that cause an immune reaction that would give you protection for the full-blown disease or the full-blown smallpox. Give you protection from that, hopefully. It says, with the support of Mather, Boylston went on a successful to violate 300 patients, with only 6 of them dying. So out of 300 people, right, that was successfully violated, 300 patients with only 6 of them dying. It say, by contrast, see, 1,000 of the 6,000 people who acquired smallpox naturally died during said period. So if it was COVID, the 300 people that got vaccinated, only 6 of them died. But out of 6,000 people that contracted the COVID naturally, 1,000 would have died, right? I'm not saying that's the numbers on it, but I'm saying that's how it would have been. So you would have had to make a choice. And remember, I made the statement that humans, right, mothers of children, even though they think they're protecting their kids, it's hard for them to understand these figures right here. All they hear is dying. The 6 died. That's all they hear. They don't know about the 300 that made it. They don't get that. Or should I say the 700 and something, the 200 and something that made it. All right? They don't see that. Hard to make their choice from the 6 down. For me, it's easy because I've conditioned my mind to understand the numbers. And so if I was going to make a choice as a father, I want to take the choice where it give my kids the best chance to live. Just like making sure your kids are educated gives them the best chance of surviving in America. Being scientific literate gives your kids the best the best means of survivability in the world that requires you to start to understand an AI, that requires you to use your brain over your bronze. Who acquired smallpox naturally died during the same period. Boylston traveled to London in 1724, where he published his results, and was elected to the Royal Society in 1726. So the information that African produced and passed on to a slave master and passed on to Boylston helped him get elected to the Royal Society. That's the highest level of science in Europe. It's called the Royal Society. It says from Boston, the practice spread throughout the colonies. That's what I talked about. I said that the practices of violation spread in the colonies in the United States. It's the damn gift that keeps giving. When we look back at the COVID vaccine, you must say, it's the damn gift that keeps giving. How those that were enslaved in the transcontinental slave trade gave a gift to the same people that enslaved them. My, oh my. From Boston, the practice spread throughout the colonies. In 1775, George Washington ordered that the Continental Army be violated. By the end of the American Revolutionary War, violation had gained widespread acceptance in the largest cities and towns of the United States, man. Y'all see the magnitude of what was brought from Africa. Oh, they brought dummies from Africa. Oh, they couldn't do nothing. That's crazy. They brought a lot of different things. But this is one thing that we can use as the teaching tool to show you how science is not, or vaccines and science is not predicated off of one man's idea. It's predicated off humanity. And we can identify the players that move certain ideas forward. And based off of reaching the level in that particular moment in time, the level is upped and pushed forward. That's why we need to continue to teach scientific literacy, because it pushes pushes the damn level. I remember a time when this community never even had sources, where everything was Bobby Hemming and Phil Valentine and Delbert Blair and boo bop boo bop boo. There was no contrast there. And then we developed the Raw squad. Was forced people to take another look. Very interesting. Now they all want to use sources. But since most of them can't read on the 8th and 7th grade level, reading for me is comprehension. I don't care how crystal clear you pronounce the words. I want to know, do you understand the sentence after you pronounce the damn word? This is where they all fall down. It's the comprehension. The Team Osiris of the world come out and check in the Raw squad with science. It's called Check the Checkers. The Masi, all that was based off of using sources and trying to comprehend the sources. And then they come the pseudo killers, man. Big up to the pseudo killers, man. Big up. Because now the pseudo killers not only check the checkers, they check the damn checkers. So talk about the transition into vaccines. There has to be a transition, man. Y'all think science just pop up out of nowhere, boom, and it happens. Knock it off, man. You even have to be educated to enough to even know when you made a scientific discovery. You could just make a discovery. Most discoveries in science is, I forget the word they use, it is called serendipity. I hope I said that right. By accident. A lot of times they don't even know how they got there. But then they figure it out. So the success of violation led many, including medical professions, to overlook its drawbacks. Violation was practiced on the basis that it protected against smallpox for life and was far less likely to kill them than a natural infection. They say in some cases, however, natural smallpox or violation failed to protect from the second attack. They say these cases were a result of lapse of immune memory. That's a citation needed there. What does that mean? Look it up. I mean, you got to put a citation there. Is that correct? But it goes on to say, while others may have been misdiagnosed, experts often confuse smallpox with chickenpox. Although it's in the pox family, chickenpox is different from smallpox. If you're watching this show right now, you got kids, they don't know shit about chickenpox. You know why? Because the vaccination against it was successful. They didn't have vaccination against smallpox when I was born. The shit is null and void. If you catching chickenpox, you're in some wild ass religious organization that don't support vaccines, thus your kids get chickenpox. Your kid got chickenpox and you ain't vaccinated, you're a wild parent. I'm just gonna say it. You in a wild, look around you, and you're in a wild cipher that's putting out wild information. If your kid's running around with chickenpox, you got to check out your circle you in. Now, violation also required a level of skill and attention to detail, which some physicians lacked. Many physicians failed to take note of local redness and discharge to assure the violated had taken results, and the results were inadequate treatment. However, it's great risk to others that led to the end of the practice. So at the end of the day, they say, man, we got to come up with a better practice. We got to come up with a better practice. Simple as that. And they did. And guess what the better practice was? From 1760, a number of individuals, including John Huster, Peter Plitt, Benjamin Jesty, and particularly Edwin Jenner. We know Edwin Jenner, the one that came up with the first vaccine in 1798, were interested in the use of material of cowpox. Cowpox is something, it's also in the pox family, but it comes from milk maidens. Those that milk cows, they get these blisters on their finger. It's an infection. Cowpox, an animal infection to protect against smallpox. So they take the cowpox, right? They dry it out, All right. And it protects against smallpox. See how that go? In 1796, Jenner vaccinated 8-year-old James Phillips, the first person to be given the experimental treatment. Jenner then did more vaccinations in 1798 and was the first to publish the evidence of cowpox protected against smallpox was safer than violation. See how I move forward? And that this vaccine could be maintained by arm-to-arm transfer. The use of violation soon began to decline as smallpox vaccine became widely used and its benefits appreciated. Various countries made violation illegal, starting with Russia in 1805. There we go. That's a lesson for y'all. That vaccines don't pop up out of nowhere in the United States. That there's a time of understanding and developing an idea called violation that occurred where a whole continent away was brought here by people that were enslaved. It's at the foundation of America and at the foundation of vaccine science. Big up to Onesimus. Big up to those physicians or medicine men that was in West Africa that understood how to fight the pathogen with the pathogen. So it's an all-African idea. It's at the foundation of what later on will become vaccines. First generation, second generation, and the third generation. So when you talking crazy, vaccine, white man science, no, it's actually built on the foundation of high-level African understanding. And this brings us to this lecture that I'm about to play. When I crashed out, I see everybody in the chat, man. I'm appreciating you, man. I ain't reading the comments because you can get wild. Del Bridge say, it's not rocket science. Shit. He said it's not rocket science. What? Yeah, like alchemy. Yeah, out of alchemy, they get chemistry. Right? Out of philosophy, they get natural science. Out of natural science, you know what I'm saying? Naturalists, philosophy gave rise to people that they would call naturalists. And out of naturalists, they became scientists. Science is a modern term, but it's levels. We can trace it all the way back to Asia and all the way back to Africa. Over time, 350,000 years to come to this idea right here when I'm looking in your face saying, hey, bro, you got to separate your science from your religion. But it took them 350,000 years to get to that point. And it culminated with the advent of modern science. You do not have modern science without Stone Age technology and Stone Age misunderstanding and Stone Age understanding. You make mistakes and you correct it. Empirical data was transmitted in the Stone Age through conversation. Empirical data now is transmitted through video, through documentation, scientific journals. Humans are always trying to find a way to do what? To fight against nature. Remember, nature is trying to kill you. Why is nature trying to kill you? Because death feeds life on planet Earth. There's no life without death. Something dies, biodegrades, whether it's ants breaking it down, whether it's vultures breaking it down to smaller little pieces, whether the lion is eating it and pooping it out, all that is the breakdown of the thing that died, man. But that thing that died give life to the thing that ate it. Go in your refrigerator, eating shit that was dead, bro. But the nutrients give you life. Interesting. Let's cue it in. Let's get it in. Yeah, somebody said, why don't you have another conversation with Sincere? He running. Let me see. We're going to see. You behaved poorly yesterday. Did I? Let me make a fair assessment. After 3 hours of a person talking crazy, name calling, diving in the middle of a professionally conducted interview, I think he earned it. But I don't want to do that. So next time I'm in that situation, I would remove myself. So I think I've gotten better because now I know to remove myself because I can't handle it. I had 3.5 hours of doing good, and I crashed out in the last hour. I crashed out. Ah, man. Kill nature before nature kills. Oh, man, I don't know what you talking about, man. He said anything, man. That was an old man. That was an old man. Hell, I'm an old man, bro. I just look like this, man. I ain't nothing but 8 years younger than Apostle. Get out of here, yo. What we talking about, bro? Yeah, he your elder, yo. He ain't mine. He was an old man. Yeah, and I'm smack your old ass. That's what I said. It was wild. I admit it. You know, I apologize to the audience. I'm working. I'm not doing that. Big up to Miss Tiff, the organizer, the keeping it straight, the builder of the server, vital piece of the organization. She keep the shit clear. Clarity. Big up to Miss Tiff, yo. Shit ain't gonna work without her. Simple as that, yo. Guarantee you. But I had to crash out. Nah, I ain't had to crash out. Don't look at it, Miss Tiff, because I crashed out. Did I have fun? You know what? I didn't like the way I felt after I crashed out. Because at this point, yo, I gotta have mastery over how I show up to y'all. Most y'all think I'm a damn fool anyway. There are parts of me that screams out, this man is a damn fool. I admit it. But the majority of me, I love the people. I love organizing the ideas around science. I love bringing something to a community nobody gave a damn about. And I enjoy the fact that I have changed the trajectory of how people think around me. And I didn't do it by myself. I never would say that. I did it with healthy people fighting for our right to know. Yeah, that's real. So, let me see how wild I got. I thought it was a good interview. All right. Let me rev up the engine. Vroom. That's something they be saying in the barbarian. Vroom. When they be playing, people come on there, we say they playing with Hot Wheel tracks. They start talking the dumb, crazy nonsense, man. Y'all playing with Hot Wheel tracks. Y'all tripping. Y'all little kids in this. Man, go ahead and support the Colosseum, man. Here you go, man. The HOK debate Colosseum, man. Ankh, the God Killer, speaks on evolution, human apes, and everything significantly opposed to the Bible. Yeah, I don't know about that title. I ain't opposed to the Bible. I just don't, I read it. It was a book for me. Yeah, it wasn't a level for me. All right, we're going to sit back and let this thing run, man. I'm going to let y'all go ahead and talk crazy. We see Pseudo Ron is in the comments. I call him that because he enables pseudoisms. But big up to Ron, though, man. Big up to Ron. Don't be talking reckless to Ron, neither. Well, you can talk reckless to him, but be respectful in the way you talk to him recklessly. Because like we got to recognize, man, if we keep our content in a bubble and don't take it on the road, yo, then what's the point of it? Right? This is a home game for me. So the crowd going to be more in my favor. So can I handle that the majority of the clowns, that the majority of the people, right, in my home stadium is on my side? Do I let that go to my head? Right? That's part of the conversation. Or do I recognize it? Read the book, The Four Agreements, y'all. All right? The base of the book is don't get too high, don't get too low. Meaning don't get too over whooped because the majority of the crowd is in your side. Don't forget you in your home stadium. And then when you go on a road game, which is over there with FBA and all that, you know what I'm saying? Then all the negative stuff saying to you, do you let that get you too low? What'd you say, Ron? They gotta like the video. Yeah, they do gotta like the video. Like the video. That's the point. Can the moderator, can the speaker go on the road and handle a hostile crowd? Is you always I stay out the chat for the most part in my streams. I try to, right? But specifically on the road game, the rule is get out the chat because they talking reckless and ignorant. Stay out there because you can become unhinged. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to come unhinged. Especially if you talking to Ron. Hey, boy, he'll tell, well, you look at you, you're emotional. You be like, what, nigga, I'm just talking. You know how to do it. But it has opened up healthy conversations back and forth, right? That those that claim themselves to be foundational Black Americans, we know it's 1,500. I think the numbers is dropping. I think they're down to 1,200 now. We know it's 42 million African Americans on paper, on documentation. We know that. So we winning. But all humans got the right to name themselves, and that I respect. Hey. Yeah, Ron, you do give me credit because I pull right up in the fire. I pull up right in the OK Corral. Intellectual gunfight. I'm right there in the middle. Ain't even looking sometimes. Highlander. I see him. It'd be fun. All right, let's go. Yeah, man. Yeah, it's 42 million African Americans, yo. All right, here we go. All right. Let us click it in. Hold on, let me make sure we can hear it. I do this so I can make sure I can hear it. Man, make sure y'all hit the damn Cash App. Stop playing. Show some love, man. Go to the website. Do all that.
Of his environment to be in, the carry sharp words cut through the seasons, and that is the OG, the beacon, the big.
Side net of the OG, the base like a chessboard, piece move coldly, Yoda Santan. Spitting wisdom that's holy, Ankh with the knowledge, dropping jewels, they heavy gold leaf. Jabari Falafel, Kinky with the bold speech, Captain hold the line, Hebrew war tactics, Kim at walls crumble under Bible back practice. Scrolls versus the glyphs, hieroglyphs get blasted. Ancient scripts, clash, truth wrapped in plastic. You need thick skin, we make movies, yo. F who you know, this is Side Net a studio. This is the toughest environment, rivalries, bro. Thick skin, tough heart, knowledge gon' blow. Pyramids talk, but the script's still louder. Scrolls in the cipher, the debate devours. He will go to war, comedic power, shower, truth, a double-edged sword. Cut sharper than ours. Apostle with the mic, sermons hit like missiles. Elder something smooth, no wrinkles in the wisdom. They drop facts like bricks, the foundation official. This the Side Net, a scene where the truth get chiseled. You need thick skin, we make movies, yo. F who you know, this is Side Net a studio. This is the toughest environment, rivalries, bro. Thick skin, tough heart, knowledge gon' blow.
It's the toughest environment to be in. The carry sharp words cut through the seasons, and that.
Frankie on the trend set up that
You did it again, man.
HOK field marshal now.
Affirmation.
None of them can but dance on the top.
Revelation, take the top.
Violate the general. Head up in a blood clot funeral home. Anchor the AK, Jabari got the crown. Hector West the Harvey sending them home. Regina the alley with a Cuban and a galley. Send you back on Nile Valley with a shot in a
Take him, a little bit of her, mix it with them, I put them in a pot. You still can't get none like me. It might sound the same, but it's unlikely. One white tee, if I lift it up, then you niggas gonna see what it come might be. I thought I told ya. Affirmation, revelation, we some soldiers. Sinetta put this team together, now it's over. We got the weight of the world up on my shoulder. When you get conscious information, hearts turn colder. Now look at these strappers who rapping the same, so stuck in their lane, systemically, chemically. I'm thinking something is wrong with their brain. As long as they paid and for in the chain, I got nothing to say. They in love with the gang. I traded my gang for change, and now that I changed, a few things still say the same.
Frankie are the trendsetter. None of them can mother dance harder. None of them can mother dance harder. Them got a podcast, but far better.
Time to set the stand. Open up to debates like we might be with it on guard. Side these niggas like doing shit and they fraud. Let me chop them down with the sword. Walk them down like they live bars. Just the toughest you gon' be in, we too hard. And you don't really want that smoke, my G. Side net up TV. This the toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in. The toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in. The toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in. The toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in. The toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in. Toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in. Keep that off your lip before you get flipped. We got sources over here, we don't just spit. Too many bosses over here, y'all just legit. Put them niggas in the game, let them get real. Don't even step unless you come in with that scholarship. That economic tip, gotta make a dollar flip. And I might be next, I don't give a damn, a truth rolling with me, so I'm feeling like the son of man. Too many gon' hate, gotta make a stand. I'm just trying to duck the lake, you don't understand. Read them.
Sharing the music. I'm glad we got to share a couple songs for everybody while we waited for the God Killer, captain of the pseudo killers. We had one of your team on here yesterday talking about setting the record straight about the scientific side of the argument of Leviathan and dinosaurs and dragons. And so I said, I'd love to get Ankh in here today to just talk about some other stuff that, scientific things that people argue about when it comes to the Bible. So I'm so glad you're here. Everybody, please hit the like button. Come on in, sit down, get your pens, pads, notebooks, Chromebooks, so you can listen to Ankh. Kind of like, you've been setting the record straight, but I want to just ask you some questions. We're just going to do this freestyle, right? We're doing this freestyle?
Yeah, it's all good. Yeah, we good. Any kind of style. I'm up for it.
I got you.
Science is undefeated.
Yes. So this is don't get this twisted, everybody. I see them in the back. They're ready for Ankh. They really want smoke with you. There's like 5 people back here. But anyway, let's start.
I know they want the smoke. I get
They
it.
want the smoke. They want the smoke. So let me just
That's why
start
they
here.
get smoked.
So,
That's why they get smoked.
so we're going to say to anybody who's been living under a rock, who doesn't know who Ankh is, we're going to but we're going to let Ankh just give us a brief introduction of who he is, what he does, his position on science and science literacy, right? Would you just give a little intro of yourself, please?
Give me 2 seconds. 2 seconds.
Okay.
All right, I taking a little intermission right there, right? Let me play this real quick for y'all. All right, let me play this for y'all real quick. Okay, this clip actually comes from Carter. Okay, Carter. All right, that's University of California TV. Now watch this question right here. I want y'all to hear this. Serious work. Watch this. Here we go.
And while he does get that together again, everybody, you know how it goes.
Oh, hold on. Damn it.
I'm going to begin with some questions that we've received. If you still have some questions, you can give it to a CARTA member for specific of our speakers. And so maybe I can ask the speakers to come forward. As do Brian, the first question with a follow-up comes to you. And you mentioned that science tries to get closer to the truth, maybe, but what about when science is maliciously used to distort the truth, if you have some thoughts on that? And a very related question was about if science challenges us in the way other kinds of stories don't, do you think that scientific thinking is fundamental and inevitable, or is it an unnatural part of human nature?
All right, now watch how this professor answers this question, yo. You know people use that against us all the time. Science is distorting, it's doing this, it's doing that. Watch how the experts address this. I want y'all to hear this before we finish that video. Very important part. Here you go.
Science does try to get closer to the truth, and it gets there by constantly allowing itself to be challenged. Sometimes there is such a cohesion of wrong ideas, like racism or sexism, that the challenge doesn't come through early enough. But in time, science gets corrected and manages to discard the old ideas when there's evidence against them. So I don't think that science that is itself malicious. It's simply that it's a powerful tool that can be used either for good or for ill, like any tool. Manages to discard the old ideas.
Hold on for a minute. I think it was, hold on, it was, let me rewind that. God damn it. Shoot, man. Hold on, y'all. Get this right. Shoot. All right, let's try this again. What the hell am I doing? All right, let's do it again. So they asked Professor the question, does science distort this? Is science trying to get you the truth? Watch the eloquent answer. Let's try this again. All right, here we go.
And inevitable, or is it an unnatural part of human nature?
Science does try to get closer to the truth, and it gets there by constantly allowing itself to be challenged. Sometimes there is such a cohesion of wrong ideas, like racism or sexism, that the challenge doesn't come through early enough. But in time, science gets corrected and manages to discard the old ideas when there's evidence against them. So I don't think that it's science that is itself malicious. It's simply that it's a powerful tool that can be used either for good or for ill, like any tool. So I don't think there's a maliciousness in science. It's just that science is human. It's therefore fallible, and it can be used the wrong way at times. If science challenges in a way stories do not, do you think scientific thinking is a fundamental, inevitable, or unnatural to human nature? Well, certainly observation and explanation through myth and stories seem to be an innate part of human nature. So we try to explain things. In the past, we tried to explain things through agents who were perhaps unseen through spirits and gods and so on. And that seemed to satisfy us. And it took a very long time for things to come. First, perhaps in the 5th century BCE Greece, when Xenophanes and Democritus started to question the stories of the gods as explanation. But it really took until the 15th, 16th, 17th centuries where that became really established. There were scientific elements in other communities in China, in India, in the Middle East, but all those things came together as a sufficiently robust science to endure only in Europe in the just after the Renaissance, and I think one of my theories is that science is actually unnatural. It requires us to reject our beliefs, which is not. Usually we want to hang on to our beliefs, and science in that sense is deeply unnatural, and that's why things like evolution, say, are very, very hard for many people to grasp.
Huh. Professor Bryant right there, y'all. Science seems to be very unnatural, like evolution. That's why it's hard to grasp. It's not to the 16th, 17th century that people's trying to start to, really smash out their beliefs. Y'all can go look at the whole lecture, okay? The name of the lecture is The Role of Myth and Anthropology, Questions and Answer, in closing remarks on Carta, C-A-R-T-A. This is where this video picks back up. This is where this interview picks up, right there in that sweet spot right there. This is why the pseudos just can't get it. This is why they can't get it. Because it's hard. And it seems to be unnatural daggone truth. Here it goes. So let's get right to it. All right. Man. All right. Here we go.
We're over here on HOK Colosseum. So come on in, hit the like button. If you haven't subscribed, of course, subscribe so you can get notifications. And if you are on Sonetter Studios, I don't know if you want to end it, Sonetter, but if you're on Sonetter Studios, we might end it. We are trying to get some traffic going on that channel because it's been kind of quiet.
No need to end it.
Okay, great. And of course, so there it is. If you're watching in Sonetter Studios, that's fine. Just hit the like button. And yeah, we're going to talk about what's going on. Is the earth 6,000 years old according to the Bible? Are we not apes? According to the Bible, we're not apes. Are we? What's going on with this? So I'm going to see if Ankh is ready to come in. Peace to Cedric. I see you. Thank you for yesterday. And by the way, peace to my brother Zion Warchild. And I don't know if Yara has recovered yesterday from that butt whipping, but peace to our brother Black Sage as well. It's all love. It is just like we said, the toughest environment. It's not personal. When you get up here, if you get a beat down on the information, it is just about the information. It is not personal, right, Ankh? It's nothing personal.
Hey, Nepal, if you want to give Ankh some time, I can come in with a quick short video. Is that all right?
What are you going to play, Senator?
He's getting his stuff ready.
Yeah, what do you want to play?
I want to play something. Shout out to the Latino family out there.
A video?
Something quick and short.
Okay, a video or a song?
A song. So,
okay, no, you Senator, pause it, please. Pause it. No, it's not because the woman and the man. It's that it's.
Let's get it, man. Ankh, you ain't back yet? Unmute yourself.
1 second, nigga. I'm gonna eat my dinner.
You said nigga?
Yeah.
You called me a nigga?
The snake energy from India.
Nah, that's Naga.
Hey, Senator, let me play since he's eating dinner. Let me let everybody in. If you don't mind, Ankh, I'm gonna let them come in so they can get it warmed up. Maybe you'll hear
get
something.
them out when I'll come back up. That's all.
Senator, you can run this. I'm gonna leave, y'all. I'm gonna let Senator run this.
If you leave, I'll leave, Nepal.
and then I leave.
No, I'm not. As I said, everybody, this is just all improv. So how do you want to do it?
I just wanted to be make sure it's orderly, right?
Yes.
And they ain't nothing for them to refute. They're not gonna be able to refute it. Yeah, science is undefeated. It's just up to me to transmit the concepts properly. Yeah, ain't no getting around it. Yeah, come on now. Let's be real. Got to be honest.
Okay.
Yeah, we got to be honest. We can't play the game.
Okay. Well, first of all, I want to say thank you for doing this during your dinner time. That is a great sacrifice. People don't understand how serious that is. Dinner is real. Am I echoing?
No, that must be me. All right, go ahead.
Okay, so let's start off. Let's take baby steps. Let's start off in the beginning, just with creation. Let's start with evolution of the earth, however people say creation.
Would you say
creationism?
Okay.
I'm echoing.
Are you? Hold on. It might be. Let me get my settings. Hold on. Let's see. Are you echoing now?
No, I am not echoing anymore. Thank you.
All right.
So they did say there was, okay, so creationism versus evolution.
Okay.
Is there any leg to stand on with creationism, and can you talk to us about it?
So, as to not to offend nobody, all creation stories on planet Earth are wrong. I'm gonna say it again. All creation stories on Earth are wrong. And I'm not saying they're all created the same, because they're not. But they're just wrong. But that's why it's a creation story. It wasn't meant to be right. It was a story for cultural. It's a cultural container of stories that would tell and identify the peoples that's telling it. It's to deify certain things, certain elements in the culture that's unique to their culture. So basically, you can look at the items that's deified and you can tell what place it came from based off of the topography, based off of the dress, based off of the names, based off of the time span. So it's a human endeavor to have creation stories, and that's okay. But the problem is, as we move forward in our education, we miss that part of science literacy that would make you understand and say what I just said. So all of them are wrong, and the fact that they're all wrong, that's a great thing. Because if you had one of them right, then that would give the humans that created that autonomy over everybody. Meaning we got the God, not that we all have creative power, because we all do. All humans have creative power. All people have the ability to create their neighborhoods, their blocks, their villages, their townships. They have that ability. They have agency to say, this is what I'm deifying because of this, and this. But if you had one creation story that was actually the story, then everybody would be subjected. But wait a minute, is that not what happened with colonialism? Of course, that's what happened. So if you can understand what I'm saying, then you can get my point. Just because I said all the stories are wrong, that doesn't mean that the stories aren't needed. They're needed because it brings clarity to a culture. It allows them to understand who their enemies are, who their friends are. It identifies the foes, right? It identifies the good people, the bad people. It places the culture in the morality code that the people themselves had came up with. Whether it's the gods, if you're saying it's the gods who created the quote unquote morality code, well, we know human beings write the stories and talk about God. Prior to writing, human beings have the idea, these thoughts come from human beings. And it comes from human beings that are breathing oxygen, that are pumping blood, that are walking, that have perception, that have five senses, and they're trying to make sense of their natural world. This is a beautiful thing for humanity. Creation stories are beauty to a culture. They're just beautiful. That's why I study all creation stories as much as I can. I think it's a beautiful thing that humans have came up with. But I would like to always put them in a proper place. The problem with certain communities, not just the African American community, but just communities, period, they don't know how to put the cultural stories in its proper place. They don't understand how to use religion. They don't know when to apply their beliefs and when to apply their literacy. Okay, and science and economics. They jumble mumble and mix the two, but that comes with a certain education. The more educated you get on the subject matter, the more you separate it. So that's my answer. to the creation story.
That's a great answer. I wanted to have you just expound on that a little bit more by putting it. I'm going to pose a question to you. Why is it so important for intelligent people who are Bible believers or they have a faith, even Muslims?
Mhm.
Why is it that some of them get so upset that they cannot fit science into their creation story? Why? Why is that so serious for them?
I tell you who uses the word all the time. Post hoc rationale. That be Cedric say that all the time. I hadn't even heard nobody say it before him. And you can't type fit your creation story to science or vice versa. It makes no sense because your creation story has all the power of the culture. Meaning, why would your particular deity or whatever you have deified, whatever you've made important, why would it need science? Then it wouldn't be that, right? It wouldn't be all powerful and all knowing. Why would an all powerful, all knowing entity, whether it's the trees, whether it's the bear that's in the village, the totem, whether it's the unseen God like the Hebrews and the Christians, the Christ figure, why would that need science? Remember, science is a human endeavor. Why would God need man? See, that's why that makes no sense. But I don't understand why they do it though. They do it because everybody understands the power of science. The pseudo understands the power of science. The person that goes to church understands the power of science. This is how you know they understand the power of science. They understand the power of science because they always talk about science. They always use the word science. African root science, Hindu science, this science, that science. Why use the word? Right? You must think it's important. But you understand the power of it, you just can't explain it because it takes a whole nother education, different definitions for the same words you may use in everyday use is different in science. It takes a whole, it takes your ability to get to the point where you can stop using your five senses. There you have it. Because your five senses are horrible for trying to understand science. See? Think about that. Think about that. You might be 40 years old, 10 years old, 30 years old, 3 years old, 7 years old. This whole time on earth, you have relied on your five senses. You're listening. Nighttime, you're listening. You hear somebody in the bushes, you turn around. There's somebody trying to rob you. But you prepared because you heard them early in the game. Your vision, man, I'm looking down the street, I see somebody coming. I'm out of here. You smell. You go to eat. That fish doesn't smell right. You throw it away. It saves you from getting sick, right?
Right.
So five senses that help you navigate the world. Your world was created in the atmosphere of Earth, and your senses are great for survivability on planet Earth. But it's horrible when you get outside of planet Earth. Horrible. It's horrible when you get to the point where you can't see it anymore because the microorganism that comes out of chicken, which is deadly, chicken will kill you.
Yes.
All you gotta do, prepare some chicken on a counter, halfway wipe it off. Somebody come behind you, touch it, might scratch in their mouth, then get sick and die.
Yep, salmonella, yep.
Salmonella. You didn't see it though. Well, I went to the store, I bought the greens, I washed them good, but it got the poison on it. You know, vegetables carry some poison sometimes. That's why they have a recall on it. These things, E. coli.
Yeah.
You didn't see it though. Your eyes was horrible for seeing it. The COVID virus, you couldn't see it. That's why it was so mystical. You couldn't see it. See, so terrible. But man didn't mature in science until they developed instruments and tools and techniques that could either allow them to extend their senses or add a brand new one on.
I want to ask you about that right there, about the tools. That's a great point. There's an evolution in technology. Obviously, we have these great tools that we use, because you talked about microorganisms that in the past they said, oh, it's an evil, Toro says, throw it away, don't eat that because there's an evil spirit. God says it's evil. But now we know that you can get a microscope and you can look and say, oh, here's salmonella. So I want to ask you, how can, when we see that in the natural world,
Mhm.
I know you're an atheist, but I just want you to be as objective as possible. Does that still, how do you say, does it take the power away from God when the more we advance with more technology, with these tools that are advanced, and we can see things in the natural world that we couldn't see before? Is this taking power away from God?
No, I want to be as objective as possible. I want to use data.
Mhm.
I want to be subjective, right? Of course, your atheism would lead you to think that, to say, yes, it takes the power away from God, when it actually doesn't. It actually frames it and puts it in its proper category, in its
Mhm.
proper usage, right? People are inspired through prayer. Some of us are. Some of us are inspired by great speakers. Some of us are inspired by the preacher. And it's nothing wrong with having inspiration. But if you're going to say you're going to a place where it could be potentially dangerous, and you know in this particular place you should carry your gun. And I'm not saying, not even saying an illegal gun, but some, in Georgia, we have a right to carry. You carry guns.
Mhm.
Some areas require guns. Having a gun in your household is important, right?
Of
But
course, yeah,
if you
here
think
too.
the prayer is going to stop somebody with a gun, then you have misused the prayer. You have misorganized what religion and what prayer can do. So I'm never a person to say take away a prayer, because I want to add this tidbit here. What I do is unnatural. To not believe, right, in a all cosmic force is unnatural. Homo sapiens sapiens. This is why this is important to understand evolution. We have
Yes.
evolved in the Stone Age.
Mm-hmm.
Stone Age, the age of stone. When I say Iron Age, it's the age of iron. Bronze age of bronze. When humans get to the point where they can develop bronze, they get to the point where they can develop iron, where they can Stone Age, when humans develop stone tools. There's a
Right.
chimpanzees are in the Stone Age. They've moved
Oh,
from
yeah,
the
I want
Stone
to talk
Age.
about that.
Right, but let
Yes.
me get back to, what I'm saying is our brains are tight fit for the Stone Age, but guess what? Now we're in the space age. So we bring
Yes.
a lot of, as a joke, right? I would say we bring a lot of spookism with us, but in reality, we bring our beliefs with us from the Stone Age, which it helped us in the Stone Age. So it was very essential for Homo sapiens sapiens, because they was overwhelmed by everything in nature. Homo sapiens sapien, savanna apes in a raw. We butterball naked, and everything around us was potentially dangerous. Spiders, bugs, ticks, rats, tigers, lions, all types of things. So anytime something was shake, we're immediately running and getting up out of there.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're in an area where there's high grass, because you've seen your ancestors get eaten up, something appears like high grass, you're done. So if the high grass move, it's better to run than stand there and do like I would do. Well, what exactly is that? Could that be the windage? Or maybe that's a predator that's this big and won't hurt me. I don't think I want to run. As a damn lion jump out and bite my hand off. We ain't got no medicine to handle that. I get a fever, get infected, and die. It doesn't make right now today. If you're outside exercising and walking down the trail, and the grass rattle, you're running, the grass rattle, you automatically whoa. See, if you're upstairs in your house, nighttime, you're getting ready for bed, some go boom, boom, boom. Man, you go grab your gun.
Yes.
You go downstairs, it was simply a tree crashed through the door, fell out. Right? So you humans will never make the mistake, okay, and call a shadow a human, but they will always make the mistake and call a shadow a human. Extrasensory is what we have, developed in the Stone Age. Simple as that. We got the space age, and people can co-opt that with your religions and tell you anything. That's why the internet is so hard. The internet supercharges your beliefs.
Can you repeat that?
I want to ask you a question. We're 1 second, Zaquan. He
I'm
wants
not,
you to repeat it.
I just wanted him to repeat what he said about the shadow.
Well, before you do, I do want to say this,
I'll write
Ankh.
that down.
He will repeat it, Zaquan. Thank you. But I
Yeah.
love that you talked about this, because I was just talking to my children are very into science, and my son was talking about things that we think that we just naturally, well, it is natural to us, but it's epigenetically encoded in our DNA, a lot of stuff, right? Like, for instance, when you said, when we jump at something, that's not, I want to talk about the, how do you say, the personality, or actually the characteristics that we picked up over time as people, like how we're afraid of the dark. We just think, well, all people are afraid of the dark. It's because of our environment that we were in, right? For all this, for thousands of years. So just, you can put a pin in mine and repeat what you said, but I want to come back to that, where you can we can start really unpacking the fascinating things about, even how you said when we smell meat and we know it's stinky, it's because it used to kill us when we would eat it, right?
Yeah, you realize, so like, the women are like the first foragers, right? And so they spend a lot of time foraging, where the males, hunting is a more physical thing. It's just, it's what you're doing, a little more physical. And so it was certain berries and stuff they could smell to see if they was ripe or not. If you get the wrong thing, it might, they gotta start identifying quickly. Is this poison? Is it not? Okay, who died from this? You got to start categorizing everything. You got to start developing, understanding different colors. Nature is giving you signs based off of color. Certain animals are giving off colors. We're dangerous because we had this color. And so it's a lot of things to interact with in your environment that your five senses are champions of, perfect for it. Smell, all that. You got, your smell is heightened, right? You got to smell. You can smell things coming, right? We humans don't have the greatest smell, but we can smell when somebody is different around. You can smell different.
Right.
Okay, all these things are important, but the number one thing that really kept you going is your ability to get the hell up out of there very fast. And
right, to save your life.
So it's certain genes that actually interact, and those who get away fast enough, right, will live longer to have valuable offspring. A valuable offspring meaning you made it to the age of reproduction to pass on those genes. And so more people with the genes to get the hell up out of there, and I'm making it simple, right, lasted long. And so over time, the population was full of people that was getting the hell up out of there and was believing everything was trying to kill them. Those that was super, super inquisitive, there wasn't a whole lot of them. It was some making it, but it wasn't a lot of them. So the population has always been this way. It's always been the believers. It's always the believers and the non-believers. And no, by the way, the non-believers aren't really all non-believers. What I'm saying is, I just don't believe in a God, in an all-powerful thing. But there's a lot of other things I believe in. So I still carry those genes of believing. So you can trick me. I believe you love me. Right? We didn't all have men and women that we loved. You believe they loved you, but they actually didn't. They were just trying to get you for your money. Or they was hanging with you because of your influence, but you believe they loved you. So you know what I mean? So but you actually believed it and you could feel it. And you would say, man, I know she loved me, man. And then she run off. See?
Wow, this is great.
So when I say I'm a non-believer, I don't mean that I don't believe, and that's the mistake the other side made. So you say you don't believe in nothing? No, I'm saying I don't believe in your God. That's it. It's like people they're not thinking, right? So all humans believe because it's the natural thing to do. The unnatural thing to do is to fight your beliefs. It just is, and that's why it's hard for us to recover from 350 years of slavery. Right? Because those processes, Europeans had time to develop those processes at their own daggone speed. Where I'm working in the field, you illegal to read. Only thing I can read is the Bible. I mean, the natural thing to do is just stay real super religious with it. That's why Africa has such a hard time. right? Because it was underdeveloped. You need time to develop. You need to be able to fight wars. You need to have fights with different groups. And the best group that thought the best, maybe the group might not even be the best fighters, but they just outthink the people with the best weapons. They outthink them. They outmaneuver them. And that group becomes dominant, and they develop an empire, and they control territory that would give them enough strength to withstand different colonial powers. So some African groups had enough to withstand the scrutiny of imperialism, and some just did not. But we never was allowed to develop that because, like I said, that incursion into the ecology, European culture, it was a culture shock. What you want me to say? So,
Wow,
I mean,
thank you.
yeah, I just want to kind of put all it out there. Y'all can slow the tape down and hear what I'm saying. But, you know, like I'm like the number one enemy for some reason. When actually, you know I come off as the bad guy, but I'm really the good guy. I'm telling you something that I never had told to me. Yeah, I didn't have this. I had all I had was Dr. Ben and them, Sick Anthony Diop's and them, John Jackson and all the other, and then a whole list of super pseudos. I had to work it out with myself. I had to see what the hell is going on. Got tired of getting tricked. You know what I'm saying? I needed to cool. I realized that believing about everything wasn't cool. Believing that we was the greatest people on earth, but couldn't verify what parts of that we was. Believing that the African floated across the savannah and did no wrong was blameless one. That's how it was the blameless one. They did nothing wrong. The Europeans was the meanest devils, and we did none of that. We was gracious in the way we did. Yeah, that's a hell of a mind. You know what I mean? You had to balance it out. The only thing what I realized was, man, to catch everybody lying, it's something called science gonna catch you lying. Science gonna beat you to, it's gonna beat you to submission. The more you fight, it's like quicksand. The more you fight against it, the more you get submerged. The more you go home by yourself when ain't nobody around, you like, damn, I didn't even make no sense. But let me get back to you though. The thing was, human beings will never make the mistake in calling another human a shadow, but they will always make the mistake in calling a shadow a human. This is based off of evolution, the way we have evolved. Get tricked all the time. You get it?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Okay.
You get that? Make sense to you?
I'm not sure I understand. You talking about your reflection?
No, not your own. A shadow of anything. You'll see a shadow of a box. You're like, oh shit, that's somebody in my damn house.
Oh, okay. You're talking about
shadows. A shadow.
Right. Yeah. But
you ain't never looking at a human and say, that's a damn shadow standing there. What? You're never making that mistake. But you always look at a shadow of something and say, is that live? What is that? Is that a person? You ever seen a shadow like a person on the wall? You at nighttime and you're like, oh shit, is that somebody came to my house? Do you turn the light on? Remember the daggone light? The light. Yeah. You were like, oh hell no.
My first wife before we got married. My first wife before we got married.
This ain't the first.
When I would go over to her house, I would come home, and there was a shadow that I used to see quite a bit on my house.
Okay.
Her father was a voodoo priestess.
Man, come on, man, knock it off. What the hell is going on? Get him out.
Bro, I used to take him, or my wife used to take her father up northwest to this house. Every Saturday, we would drop him off and we will go to church, because at that time we were Seventh-day Adventists. And we will go to church at the 16th Street Baptist Church on Saturday.
My flow right now. What this got to do with my example? Not at all.
We answered you.
Apostle, I'm just talking about shadows. You asked me about a shadow.
I wasn't talking about shadows. You talking about shadows. I was talking about how we perceive a shadow to be something that it's not.
That's my confusion. That's why I asked you, could you repeat it? Because I wasn't sure what you was talking about.
I wasn't talking about no voodoo and somebody that can cast shadows and all that.
I ain't talking about everything. Every object casts a shadow.
Yeah, but I don't know what you was talking about. Well, you ain't get to it quick enough.
I didn't know what you
Well,
were
let's
talking
take
about.
this into something scientific. If you don't want him to be on here, let him know, Uncle. If you
I don't mind, cool. I like
okay, I want to stay on the vein that this is what's really fascinating is that particular condition is actually something else that when I'm talking about epigenetics, things that we experience when we go back to we're going to talk about people saying the earth's 6,000 years, but tens of thousands of years with our evolution as humans, right? It's called pareidolia. Pareidolia is when you look at something that's not an animate object, but you see a human face or you see it as a human. So I want to take that back to you, excuse me?
The shape of a cloud.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So anything.
Pareidolia.
So
yeah.
Yes. So exactly. Okay. So when we do that, Ankh, I want to talk back about how when we were trying to be, everything was about survival, right? Everything, like you said, we just have tried to live. Smelling our actual, this is taking you into the conversation about evolution. When we smell something, again, I'm going back to the smell and then seeing shadows as real humans. And these are things that actually changed our neurological makeup, like the neurons in our olfactory system. And these are actually things where our bodies evolved to be like, ooh, I don't like the smell of rotten flesh, because vultures like the smell of rotten flesh, right? But we are like, ooh, that can kill us over time. We must have tried to eat it over thousands and thousands of years, right? And we died. So talk to us about the evolution of humans, where some people say, no, we're the same as we were. And then they say 6,000 years ago. It's really fascinating. What I'm trying to say isn't that proof of evolution when we epigenetically change to our environment?
All living organisms on Earth evolve. Humans are still evolving today. Yeah, it's all about evolution. That's why whenever I had conversations, people saying, why in the hell is he talking about evolution? Well, if you're talking about what you're talking about, why does a vulture develop the smell of dead, rotten meat and will eat it? And a human will smell the exact same thing and get the hell away from it because it's not good for it. Right. But why would that be that?
Right.
Something got to clean the earth.
Because the vote, you gotta get, come on, man. What are you talking about, man?
Apostle, you want to fall back for a second?
I can fall back. I didn't bring myself up.
Yeah, fall back.
No, I'm saying, but he wants to flow on this.
Yeah.
You just
if you could just mute out for a minute, Elder.
I ain't hate him a participant.
I don't mind you being up here. He doesn't mind, but he just wants to not get so back to what you were about to start cooking on that.
So vultures that had the ability to
thank you, Apostle.
Figure out where the rotten meat was more often than those that did not, evolved to be in their environment, to develop, to have valuable offspring. And the ones that didn't develop that type of sensory and ability to smell the rotten meat earlier, right? The population of vultures did like this. The ones that couldn't and the ones that could ate more often, and eating more often, you have the ability to feed offspring, and the more food that the offspring eat, they're going to survive longer till they reach the age to have other quote unquote vultures. And and as the vulture evolved in this environment, you end up with the vulture today. Natural selection is it's very interesting because the vulture comes from the universal common ancestor that all living things come from over time, over millions and billions of years, over time. And I get it. So evolution never occurs in a single organism. I'm gonna say it again. Evolution does not occur in you, me, the vulture. No, it's the genes passed on to the offspring. The radiation affects the genes, affects the DNA, damages the DNA, causes it to mutate, damage, radiation. You hear top-notch scientists, evolutionary biologists. They talk about radiation. Radiation damages the cells. It damages the DNA.
Yes.
Causes it to mutate just a little bit. And it may develop a trait. It may develop a trait that will help the next generation do something better, like the skin color. Okay? That I live, that freak that I live, the variation of a gene gave people that were lighter in the northern climates an advantage over those that were darker. But a dark-skinned person didn't stand there and turn light-skinned. It was over time, the population. Watch this. It's standard. As a matter of fact, I need to get off of humans. Because if I talk about humans, most of us can't handle it. But if I talk... Yeah, you don't
I have to do that.
Right. That's why Charles Darwin, the Victorian scientist, and I say the Victorian scientist, Sir Charles Darwin, the Victorian scientist. I say that because that's how Dr. Ben introduced the gentleman to me. Called him the Victorian scientist, Sir Charles Darwin. There's a reason why he said all that. He understood that somebody would catch that and say, damn, why is he saying that? Why is this man so important? Why is this man just banging on colonialism and how they mess up their history? Why is he introducing this white guy right now? In the beginning of his book, why is he showing you fossils of ancient man? Not even Homo sapiens, just ancient human males and females, different, look like monsters. Why is he doing this? And we all looked at the first 2 chapters in Dr. Ben's book, and none of us read the shoe line on the film. That shit, and we went right to the religious part. But back to the skin color. You thought I forgot. My point is that radiation, as humans migrated out of Africa, okay, the mutation of dark skin or dark brown skin that allowed you to have valuable offspring because it protects you from a harmful UVA rays. Radiation, again, was surrounded by harmful UVA. That harmful UVA actually attacks the folic, right? It's a vitamin that women produce, the folic acid, right, in women, okay? It attacks that at high rates where they start having miscarriages or start having babies that have spinal bifidus, right? Start having babies that are born too early and then they die, okay? So over time, those that were a little bit more darker got protection just enough to have a baby. And the color of that baby protected it just enough to reach the age of reproduction where it can start having sperm or eggs. We can get pregnant and have a baby, just enough. And over time, the population was darker and they could survive in the temperate zones, in the areas where it's high radiation, the equator, equatorial Africa, right there, okay? And they could survive, but as they left Africa, first they had to develop something that we would call, as they got to the cooler areas, they had the invention of clothes. Because remember, we naked now. Naked for the majority of human beings have been naked for the majority of their life on Earth. Let's get that straight. So you got to invent some type of clothes, some kind of skins, and you march out of Africa, right? And you don't go far, bands of 100 maybe 1,000, somewhere in between, from 1,000 to 100, somewhere in between there, and you leave out, and you're darker. So when you walk to these areas, right, your genes are affected again. You're eating different types of food. You know, food can also affect your genes and that next generation. You know, I mean, like that's why the Esquimalt people, the Eskimos, they still retain their browner skin because of their diet, rich in vitamin D.
And omega-3s, and yeah.
So they retake. So they don't even got that. That doesn't even happen. They're still getting the rich vitamin D. Now, as these Africans leave Africa and get to cooler areas, now you got darker people in areas. Now you need the vitamin D. The sun is not a damn vitamin. What the sun does, it activates vitamin D in your skin. Vitamin D is produced in the skin of humans. But if you darker, you ain't getting that. Now you get rickets. You know what I'm saying? You go through changes that's harmful, and now you can't have valuable offspring that will make it to the age of reproduction. But some of those people had babies that were just a little bit lighter. And those particular genes were passed on to the next generation. Over time, the population got lighter. But I'm really wanting to talk about the spotted moth, because like I said, if I talk about humans, y'all gonna all jump off the stream. But
you want to talk about the spider moth?
The spotted moth. I think they can handle
What is it?
The spotted moth.
The spotted moth. Okay, what is that? Can you explain to us what that is?
Classic example of evolution and adaptation. Classic example. And so during the, let's say it was, you ever watch these old movies and France and stuff like that where the smog, pollution, environmental pollution. We see smog in these movies, right? The smog.
Yes.
This is because they was burning a lot of fossil fuels. And with the smog collected on these white trees.
Okay.
On these white trees, these moths, M-O-T-H, moths. Right?
Yeah, moths. Got it. Moths. I'm looking it up right now.
These trees was full of moths. They were white with brown spots on them. Some of them was a little brown, but the population of the whiter spotted moth, the lichens, right, was greater than, see that? Those lichens right there, was greater than the quote unquote, the brown ones. But why is this? Because that adaptation allowed for them to blend in with the trees. And the predator, the birds that ate the spotted moth, couldn't see the ones that could blend in with the trees, but could see the darker ones. So it was always a large population of the ones they couldn't really see. And the browner ones, they could see, they ate them already. And then watch this. During the age where they burned a lot of fossil fuels, now this smog is getting on these white trees. So now guess what? Those whiter spotted moths are now standing out. The dark ones are blended in with the trees because the trees are now browner. And so now the predator can't see the darker spotted moths. They see the lighter ones. And so they eat them more readily. So over time, right, the population goes from the white spotted moth to the darker spotted moth. So now you got a heavy influx of the darker spotted moths. Why is that? Because the darker ones are now blending with the trees. It's a classic example of evolution. Now, once they pass the laws, right, to stop burning the fossil fuels like that, now guess what? The smog cleared up. So now the trees go from being darker and the darker spotted moths flourishing because the predators can't see them. They can only see the white ones that's sticking out. Now all of a sudden, watch this. The population of darker ones start to what? Decrease. Why? Because they've been eaten more readily. The predators eating them, and now the population is back to lighter again. But the evolution does not occur in one moth. It actually occurs in the population. This is key to what I'm talking about. Evolution occurs in a population, not in the individual. So what do you mean a population? Well, those that carry the inheritable traits, the genes that would give birth to a darker moth, reach the age of reproduction, right? Because it was darker, and pass those genes on. Genes carry all the genetic information, right? Okay. And those moths were darker. But it was always a smaller population of moths that made it. Just because you was light on a darker tree don't mean you're not going to make it. You may just make it, but not as many. And they passed their genes on, right? But as the environment changed, what's the environment? The color of the tree. Why did the color of the tree change? Because now we put in rules, stop burning fossil fuel, the more smog, then the trees are no longer darker. The trees go lighter. And now the darker moths, the heavy population of darker moths, now the predators say, I see you, eat you more often. So there's less darker moths that can pass their genes on to the next generation, but it's more lighter moths that are passing genes on. So over time, the population go from dark to light. It's a classic example
Yeah. Wow. Let me ask you if you can
of evolution.
go into the that's great. That's awesome. Because also I've heard and you've heard it too, especially in these forums, about the elephants with their tusks. Can you talk to us? Have you heard that conversation where now there are something similar? The predator is the human actually who hunts them. So when they hunt them for their tusks, what the I guess the elephants that have smaller tusks are more prevalent or more the population's bigger. So now there are less elephants. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong out there, anybody, but I've heard something similar, that now there aren't very many elephants that grow those very long curling tusks like they used to. They're just very short.
Oh,
have you heard of that?
No, I haven't heard of it, but I can kind of, let me guess at it.
Okay, please.
Let me guess at it. So you're saying the population of the population of elephants, those bulls with longer tusks, aren't there no more. What I would be thinking is, since humans hunt the big bulls with the longer tusks, there are less bulls that will pass their genes for having long tusks in the population of the daggone elephants. So over time, the ones with the smaller tusks, right, is having sex more often than the ones that got killed with the big tusks. And so those genes that produce the smaller tusks, the population go like this. See, I can basically understand it. I'm not sure, but I would guess that's what that is.
That's it. I got to drop them on that.
So let me show you this.
Exactly. That's what it is. So that's evolution.
That's evolution. So look, share my screen. Let me show you this. All right. So
but people will argue, they'll say that's not evolution.
Okay, well, it is. It's classic Charles Darwin evolution. Right here, the peppered moth evolution. It said evolution of the peppered moth in an evolutionary stance of directional color change in the moth population as consequence of what? Air pollution during the Industrial Revolution. It says the frequency of dark-colored moths increased at that time. An example of industrial metalasium. It say later when the population was reduced in response to the clean air legislation, we call it the Clean Air Act, the light-colored form again predominated. It say industrial metallism in the peppered moth was an early test of Charles Darwin's natural selection in action, and it remains a classic example in the teaching of evolution. See, that's what I'm doing for y'all. I'm giving you an account university.
Wow, that's awesome.
Right, that's great. Silurian. All right, it's right here.
I didn't know anything about this. This is really fascinating, and it's all because of it's based on environment.
Yep, look at this. See, make it big.
Oh yeah, wow.
Yeah, see.
Oh yeah, yeah. And look at so there's both of them right there.
Yep.
The lighter one and the dark one, right?
Yeah, so you can barely see the lighter one. You can see now suppose this tree got smut on it, then you wouldn't be able to see the darker one. And this is kind of like a sore thumb. It's a classic example. So it's not that the moth right there you're looking at evolves, is that the eggs that the female have will carry the genes for that dark color, and that next generation will be darker. But this lighter one right here carry the genes, right, that will produce the light color. But if you're getting eaten more often because the predators can see you, see how you can see that, easily you can see that, then more of these darker ones are going to get eaten. And so over time, the offspring does not have time to give rise to valuable offspring, because if you did, you can't reproduce. It's crazy when young black men on a regular basis get killed before they have children. Think about that.
Wow.
I mean, I could really talk about. I could really get into So for example, the classic mistake, and then I'm going to give the depth of what scientific literacy is. A classic mistake. Social Darwinism ain't got nothing to do with Charles Darwin. We need to stop making this mistake. Social Darwinism was created after Charles Darwin's theory of evolution. He had nothing to do with it. It was falsely applied. You know what I'm saying? Falsely applied. And so, for instance, if you're thinking about survival of the fittest, which Charles Darwin didn't come up with, then you would think that the tribe that's the most mightiest and the best weaponry and always ready to go to war and step to people and always winning and killing, you would think that they would end up with the largest tribe over time. That's not true. If you're always sending warriors into battle, some of them gonna get killed. You always send young people in battle. That's why United States, when your ass get 18, you got to sign up for the daggone service. It's called selective service. Got to sign up. Because young people are willing to die more than me. Like I'm saying right now, I don't want no smoke. I know I can die. When you're young, you don't think you can actually die. You don't see it.
Mm-hmm.
Over time, that warrior tribe always sending these young warriors into battle. They're dying more often. They not come back home to have sex.
Talk. Yep.
With the women that will have babies and carry those genes for the warrior on and on and on. But the tribe that lay back and say, we ain't fighting all the time. Nope, I'm not going to engage in that war. Y'all can have it. Y'all want that baby? Over time, they're constantly having more babies, though. So that tribe get bigger than the warrior tribe. Because the warrior tribe, they die half the time. See the difference? I would like to add this to the Black community, the African American community, the FBA community. I would like to say, if we continually allow now 13-year-old, 14-year-old, 12 years old to die from gun violence, what the hell you think is going on? Over time, the population of the youth is going to get a little bit smaller, ain't it? Like, we got to relax this, man. We got, it's called conflict resolution.
That's why the European is the minority on the planet.
No, stop. Man, can you leave them out?
But I don't know why you act like everything I say is unreasonable. You got to get off of that, huh? No, the European is the minority on the earth. What are you talking about?
Not for that reason, though. You just said anything.
I didn't say what reason.
No,
I didn't say what reason. I just said the European is the minority on why he's the majority in America, he's the minority in the world. That's what I said.
Let me ask you. Let me ask you.
Hold on. How's that, Jermaine? Hold on. I'm gonna pick them apart. Watch this. How is that germane to what I said?
Because the European, if you're talking about war, it's the European that's most often than not.
Get him out of here. Get him out of here.
Going to war.
Okay, Apostle.
Going to war. You talking about get me up out of here.
Apostle, I'm gonna let you. Apostle, I'm
tired.
I'm gonna let Apostle remove himself.
The whole thing is boring. Butterflies.
I tell you what.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Just a second, Unc. Apostle, you can.
It's all right.
Can I have this?
Thank you.
Excuse myself.
He's gonna excuse himself.
Apostle.
Nah, bro, I can excuse myself. You are almighty genius, and whatever you say goes.
I was getting an interview from him.
I know. Apostle. Let me say it to you, Apostle. You know what? I'm going to take the high road in this, right? And I'm going to explain to you very simple. I was simply giving an example of survival of the fittest, which is actually not a concept of Charles Darwin. He would have been talking about survival of the fit genes, okay? And I gave you an example of that. I was basically saying most people think the strongest in the jungle will always win. That's what most people think. And I simply gave an example of the strongest in the jungle don't always win because they in more fights more often, right? So they losing people over time.
And that's not the European.
So it's not the strongest, right? No, European was the strongest. I said if you let me, you jump right in when you think you got something. And this is where the goddamn lesson I'm teaching, bro. And
give me a minute. Can you just let me just get in here, Apostle? We're gonna let him do like a full lesson, and then I'm gonna bring everybody in.
I'm teaching.
And he removed himself. I didn't kick him out. Apostle removed himself. So, and
I didn't bring myself in.
The hate is in your heart.
No, Apostle. I brought you in because
Yeah.
go
I
ahead.
just want him
I
to
brought
know
you in because you had a
I didn't bring
question,
myself
sir.
in.
I don't care. I'm saying
I brought you in.
you came in with the ignorance though on purpose, willful ignorance, because you never would have listened.
Why is that willful ignorance?
Whenever you come on, you talking about that Bible, nigga. I'm like,
Nigga, I ain't talking about no Bible.
I'm like,
Hey guys,
That's your problem.
I'm like,
That's why you
gentlemen,
keep on them damn bastards.
hey, Pastor, you
I
need
didn't
Gentlemen.
mention the Bible.
you need to only
Did
talk.
I mention the Bible?
well, the show is a challenge, but I just
Did I
wanted to get him
mention
to.
the Bible?
You should have though.
Well,
No. You know, nigga,
Apostle, can you
ain't the
not hear
only
me?
one that knows science.
You know, you don't know.
You know, there's an island out there that used to have nothing but mice. Excuse me. There's an island out there that used to have nothing but rabbits, and it was beautiful. But the European came over with his ship.
Give me 1 second.
And his rats, and the rats flooded the island and started eating what the rabbits was eating. Till the rabbits started dying, and the rats even fed on the rabbits. So there's some bright genius said, well, let's bring some cats to kill the rats. But they brought the cats, but the cats killed not only the rats, but the rabbits. This is your people, bright thinking, scientific minds. A rat wasn't in America until the European came and brought the rats over here on their ships. Venero's wasn't here until them same guys having sex with sheep came over here and having sex with the native population. And then they came with their blankets of smallpox. And you got an entire nation of people gone.
Really, yo, you just overtalked the lady.
Look, man, I'm gone. You are almighty, most knowing, with your ignorant ass.
Apostle, what's going on right now, Apostle? I know we're about to smoke, but let's try to let the brother.
He brought me back up here.
You got some food right here, yo. That's how bananas you are. You got food right there, Apostle. I'm not yelling at you.
I have man.
What's that right here? What's that? Right here. Right here, nigga. You see
that's my mustache.
Right here. What's
that?
Okay, great.
What's that?
Okay.
Nigga.
What's that?
Let's do this. This is so great. Let me tell you something. The information that was coming out, and we're gonna get back on track. Hey, this is the toughest environment. You know, nobody has soft skin, but we need to really get back on track.
Paul, I'm gonna get back to this. And
so go back to that point about the male population is very intriguing.
I want to go back to why bringing in Europeans was not germane. And he's wild with that. Since Europeans fight the most wars, then that's why the Europeans had the smallest population. That's not true. Right? That's not true. The majority of Earth inhabitants live in the temperate zones. Right? So based off of the skin color, Matt, the majority of people on planet Earth are dark to brown anyway. People of color outnumber those who live in the higher zones, zone 3. That's why European population is not as high as everywhere. And then we can talk about birth rates and get into all that and how the harmful rays attack sperm and mammals. I'm not sure if they figured that out for humans yet, but they do understand it causes damage. It lowers the sperm count in mammals. Certain mammals like rats in the lab, right? And so there's a lot of reasons, but going to war ain't the reason why it's less. It's always been smaller populations of Europeans than quote unquote people of color. So I mean so he just messed it up. That's what I'm saying. He didn't help himself, and then he's trying to make the point because scientists introduce. I think he said they introduced rats to try to stop the rabbits or the rabbits, something crazy like that. But that's all in the game, though. They learn from that's called learning. They think one thing's going to work and it doesn't, and they change it up. That's all part of science. Science ain't perfect. You have to learn through your ways. You take the data, you realize that didn't work. And then he made the mistake and said the Europeans didn't bring syphilis to the Americas. The Native Americans gave Europeans syphilis. It's part of the Colombian exchange. Old world population brought smallpox and certain disease to America.
Nigga, you're going to have to source that up. No, I'm sorry. But you ain't going to come up here and say that the Indian gave the European syphilis.
Did you bring?
You're going to have to source that up.
Do you want to put some money on it?
I source it up, Negro.
Money on it.
Negro, source it up.
Yo, Apostle. Stop with the name calling, bro.
No, I'm fine.
Either deal with the information. Stop with the name calling.
No, I'm good today. I'm in a certain mind. And can't nobody get me off my square, yo. I'm teaching today. I ain't tripping. That's his. See, I'm striking a chord on him. I got him. He in my trap. I got set him up. Yeah, hey, Apostle, you can put some money on that, Apostle? They all go like this. This is how they go. They go like this. Here's the source right here, the Colombian exchange.
Let me pull it up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is we all understand that. Let me see if I can find the Colombian exchange, also known as Colombian interchange, was the widespread transfer of plants, animals, and diseases between the New World, the Americas, and the Western Hemisphere, and the Old World, Afro-Asia, and the Eastern Hemisphere. From the 15th century onward, it is named after explorer Christopher Columbus. All right, okay, and is related to the European colonization and the global trade following the 1492 voyage, global slave trade too. Let me. Almost Americas. Let's see exactly. Slave and indigenous population cross. Hold on. Crops, livestock, maize, potatoes, tobacco, sweet peas, chili, peppers. Let me see. Important rice, sugar, cane, livestock. Let's see if we can get you the disease part of it. You see, pull it right here and show you animals, plants. Here you go. Disease. Okay. Let's see. All right. The first manifestation of the Colombian exchange may have been the spread of syphilis from the native people of the Caribbean Sea to Europe. I say again, the first manifestation of the Colombian exchange may have been the spread of syphilis from the native people to the the Caribbean Sea.
Keyword may have been.
Man, come on, bro.
You kill yourself with your own source. You got it. And then that's not even talking about America. That's talking about the Caribbean. Go ahead, man. Don't even start that. And the last person I want telling me where syphilis came from. And I know they the ones that dealt with the sheep on the ship. I know better than that. Give somebody else that dumb information and let them swallow it. I know better. That's crazy.
Okay. Are you still needing this? I can take it down for you if you're done with it.
No, I want everybody, y'all can read through the whole thing. Let me give you the source of this. And and at the end of the day, man, look, it's right here. The topic is debated like a lot of different topics. But for you to think that the native population didn't have any diseases, that's your fucking ignorance. You're just ignorant. You're crazy. You can never learn. You're stuck. Right? You think the human beings don't carry diseases because that ain't
what I said. But I know this said may have been.
So you're saying, so you worry about
this may have been, meaning that they don't know. So and you brought the source up that may have been. And you want to think like you so smart.
I'm saying why
I guess a may have been is not at all.
I'm saying why
a may have been.
Why
I'm surprised that you bringing a source that says may have been, and you're trying to pass it off as true.
Why you?
Okay, let's talk to him. Let's let one mic prevail.
I'm saying in about 5 minutes, I'm gonna cuss your ass out.
Yeah, let's not do that.
I'm just.
You already dropped the F-bomb.
Hold on, Sunnetter. This is a great show.
I'm saying you overdoing it.
No, you.
Yeah, let's do this. Can I take the mic for a minute, Apostle?
Yeah, you can have it. Look, talking is bringing me back up here, lying.
Okay,
you're lying.
So now
Or may have been.
Okay, Apostle, just get some information. Apostle, just grab some information to refute it. That's all you got to do.
You got 2 strikes, Apostle. The next time you yell and scream in my face without a source, I'm going to cuss you out.
That's not going to happen. Yeah, that's not happening. He's not going to do that.
Because you're ignorant.
It's not going to happen because this is a great show, Ankh. I don't want it to go as far left to where.
Hold on. But what he can't do is act like I'm the sucker in the box. Now I'm calm and I'm chilling. But he's not me. I'm not yelling at him. I'm cordial.
Right.
I disagree with the source. He know I got 50 more sources to back that up. But this show ain't about syphilis and its origins and all that.
I'm not yelling at you. I talk loud, brother.
Senator, are you there?
You come here, son. I don't got to be there.
I'm right here.
No, I want him to talk to Apostle about just like taking it down a couple notches.
Yeah, all you got to do is tell him, Nicole. He's gonna respect you. Tell him,
I've
make him
been
respect
saying,
you.
can we calm down? No. Okay. Listen.
You got to make him respect you. Simple as that.
He's a grown man. I can't make him do anything.
Yes, you can. On your show, you can.
All right. I don't want to get off track.
If he want to be on your show, he got to respond.
Oh my
He got to
goodness.
respect you.
Okay, can I then listen? Can I say this? Can I say this? With Ankh right now as a guest, he is talking about evolution and science. So, Apostle, can you show a source to refute the information? That's where we're going to stay on track. Remember sourcing up.
Yeah, I use his own source.
No.
I use his own source where it says may have been. That lets you know they're not saying for certainty. They don't know. I'm saying common sense. I know what they were doing with the sheep on the boats. Remember, they didn't have women on those boats. So everybody knows where that disease came from. And for Wikipedia, him to pull up a Wikipedia article where these white folk are sitting up here lying, not wanting to tell the truth about their people and what they did with animals. They came over here and infected these people over here with smallpox, alcoholism, and everything else. And they brought death to these people, and that's why they are a minority in their own country.
Hey,
they're still living on reservations.
Nepal, can you get him out? He don't got no.
Yeah, I'm out of here, man.
He goes out. He has managers, so he's coming back on his own.
I know, but he lied.
No, hey, Nepal. All you got to do is tell him you appreciate it and you respect it if he don't come back on your show right now.
Yeah.
Don't come back on her show, brother, if she don't want you there, man.
So
I didn't say I don't. No. It's not that. He needs to be respectful and just do the information. And he's old. He's an elder. So let's. But
once he puts you in the back, you got to stay there until she bring you back up, Apostle.
Yeah, he put himself in the back, so he's not okay. It's not focused on him. I wanted to get back to.
Do you either you want an Apostle to respect you or you don't, Nepal?
No, you can't put her in this situation because you bulldozing her, and she don't want to look unladylike and cuss his ass out like you know she can. So it's like, either I got to do it or you got to do it because she's trying to be ladylike, bro.
Right, I got you. I got it.
I'm trying to be ladylike, okay? But I would not cuss him out because we're going to get back to this compelling information that you were talking about with the males. That's what I wanted you to get back on.
Well, I got to finish. Now he make it seem like I ain't got no sense, and I don't like that.
You want to bring in Cedric because other people are backstage too. Cedric just came in. If you want me to bring him on,
let me make this point.
Go ahead.
This comes from the Colombian exchange, right? We did the whole Colombian exchange, right? I came down to this portion right here with the syphilis, right? I did this. He don't like the word maybe, but he read the damn Bible. It's all full of if and buts, or maybes, or could have been, or might be. I thought I saw it. The whole Bible is full of that. Okay, so we come right here to the history of syphilis based off this article, and then you deal with the available data on it. So now let's see how crazy this man is. So we come down here, right? The origin, they say the history of syphilis has been well studied, but the exact origin of the disease was the source of debate until the archaeological and genetic evidence showed, look, conclusively, it originated in the Americas. So now what he gonna say? Syphilis originated in the Americas, ancient DNA shows, but European colonialism spread it widely. So it was colonial politics that spread it widely. It's another source right here. Ancient genomes reveal deep history of treponemial disease in the Americas, the Journal of Nature. What is he talking about, bro? Who do you think he's talking to? Running disease, he's lost his mind. Now, here you go. Right here, look, this is it right here. I ain't got to read all this. I mean, who do you think he's talking to? They always jump up and get beat the hell down for no reason. He didn't have to get beat up. He didn't have to take this. This wasn't for him. This show wasn't for me to make him look like a fool he is, the old fool. And this is what they are, and this is important for this lesson right here. Y'all got to knock it off, man. Like my father used to tell me, son, if you don't know what the hell you're talking about, shut the hell up, because you end up looking stupid with somebody do know what they talking about. Now, he continuously say, I think I'm smarter than everybody. How the hell do I think I'm smarter than everybody? And I pulled up a Wikipedia article. He forced me to go to the Journal of Nature. He forced my hand on that. I didn't start off with that. I knew I had it. I knew it was right there in the Wikipedia article. But this will people who will say, they will say this. People who are anti-science. Here's the joke. Well, you think you know everything. How the hell I think I know everything? Obviously, I don't know everything. It's obvious. Nobody knows everything. It's the fact that I understand that I don't know everything as I know when to shut up. He's the one, the people that are anti-science think they know everything. His bias is in the way. Because he think since white people are so evil, Lord knows they had to create all sexually transmitted diseases. They just would have had to. They would have had to. Right. Right. Your senses are letting you down right now. The way you believe is letting you down. When the information clearly says the genome and archaeological evidence clearly reveal that the thing started in the damn Americas. Nowhere else, bro. So I don't know what's the problem. They're humans like everybody else. But no, you ran your mouth is what you did. You have embarrassed yourself and your family. Now, let this nigga back on. Let me hear what he got to say about that. After I done gave him 3-4 sources in the let me hear how much his bark is now. Let me hear that. Let me hear the loud. Let me hear you now. What do you got to say now, sir? What is your response to that, loudmouth?
He's gone out of the backstage, but we do have a couple people back there. Do you want me to?
I don't even care at this point because he doing.
We got Cedric. You want Cedric on the panel?
He's a symptom. People like him. They all do it. They do this exact same thing. He's a symptom of a deeper problem in the African American community, because I'm talking to African Americans. He's a symptom of a deeper underlying problem in the FBA community. It's something there. They're not ready for the level. This is the level where we use science to quell our biases. What's the bias? That white people did every damn thing, and Lord knows they had to bring a venereal disease. Lord knows it couldn't have been them brown people, sir. It had to have been the white man. See?
But you're not even saying that it's a white or black or native thing. You're just saying it's
Americas.
Yeah, it's that it originated here.
Last time I checked, there are brown-skinned people in the Americas. There's light-skinned people in the Americas prior to any Africans getting there, prior to any colonial people coming there. Last time I checked, the skin map verifies this. Because they're under the same conditions as people all over the world. If you're in heavy radiation areas, your skin will be browner. If you're in Canada, your skin gonna be lighter. If you're in South America, in the deep, it's gonna be dark. If you're in Mesoamerica, it's gonna be dark. If you're in Florida, it's gonna be darker than people in Maine, than the natives in Maine and Canada. What the hell is going on? Science requires you to think. The Bible requires you to believe. Two separate things, but you can go ahead and flip over.
And you can separate the two, correct? Like you don't have to just do one or the other.
Right. People bring them in opposition. They don't have to be. They can be, I'm a scientist and I'm a religious man when I go home, my family believe in Jesus Christ. When I'm in the lab, I'm a scientist.
Look at these comments. Miss Napa, don't reframe what he's saying. He's drawing a color line. Okay, you know, I do want you to you know, get as much time as you need.
Why do you think he said that's interesting though?
Yeah,
You know,
I wanted you to address that. Yeah, go
yeah,
ahead.
I'm drawing a color line.
Yeah.
Well, nature knows no color, right? Joel A. Rogers. He wrote the book. Deep. Nature knows no color line. So humans draw. So he's saying I'm drawing a color line.
You never said the Native Americans gave us syphilis. You said it originated in the Americas.
So then they probably raped Native American women and got syphilis from some of them.
Or whatever. The thing is that you're right. You're right. One thing I do want to say, Ankh.
So
People, all of us, we're so hypersensitive about race. We need to start being more objective when it comes to the facts and science. We all heard that stuff about sheep, right? You heard that, right?
Yeah.
So anyway.
So here I'm gonna show you. Here I'm gonna give you a basic. I mean, they always just like it.
But when science comes out and says, "Look, we found the origin of this disease,"
it is what
here
it
it was. We gotta be able to say, "Oh, okay." Then I thought, just like today, again, if just indulge me for like 10 seconds, again with my children, we were eating something, and then my son's like, "Are there regions of the tongue that can sense certain types of taste, like umami and salty?" And then my daughter said, "No, that was just a myth. Science has discovered that that's not true." So remember that we used to think, oh, the tip of the tongue can taste salt and the back of the tongue can taste sweet, but information updates. So I just want to say that. Go ahead, Ankh.
No, hold on. I'm trying to get.
Okay. And as we sit here and let him catch up with it, he's going to bring up his information. We do, again, I want to remind you, we have people backstage whenever you're ready. I just want everybody to be respectful, though. I don't want this, you know, he's just bring the sources. Source up or shut up.
But I'm actually teaching, though. You get my point? I'm teaching.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, this is good.
If you're not up on it, then don't worry. Just learn. What you can handle, what you can't handle, spit it out and use it for another day. It's actually not a big deal. You know what I'm saying? Like it's a cordial thing. It's not a war. It's not a beef. You're gonna know some things and some things you're not gonna know. Some things you're not gonna be able to comprehend. That's okay. There's plenty of things I don't comprehend and understand. I say it. Well, I don't actually understand that. There's nothing wrong with that. Not at all. The issue is when your opinion is your opinion. Okay? I think everybody has the right to have an opinion, right? But yelling and screaming dead ass wrong, at the end, I'm just going to wait you out like I did. I waited you out to bring the deeper sources. I tricked you. That's why I didn't get mad. I baited you in. I wanted to show you how people do this on a regular. I bait you in. And y'all should know that by now, that I'm starting with Wiki and ending in the journals. That ain't hard to know that. Like, man, y'all act like y'all ain't watched me for years, man. How he let me get him with that one? Come on, man.
But that's another thing about the Wiki thing. I mean, he's doing a presentation. There's sources on Wiki. Like that's all. People always saying, "Oh, Wikipedia," but he's grabbing the sources, the primary sources off the. There's bookmarks, not bookmarks. What are they called? Footnotes. There's footnotes. So I'm not like. I'm really I'm neutral, but let's be real, y'all. Come on, Wikipedia.
I want to help them out. Based off of the basic reading level in the chat. Most people read on a 6th grade level. Yeah, that's about the basic. Yeah, 6th, 7th grade. Seriously, y'all think I'm playing? Look at the average, right? So why would I even bring a level academic source so you can just look at it? That's the white man's sons. Really? Why not just bring something that I enjoy reading? I enjoy reading encyclopedias. I was raised reading. I read encyclopedias.
Me too. Yeah, me too.
Used to have, see, any house of worth had encyclopedias, yo. And you can tell.
Yeah. Remember our parents used to get the salespeople coming over to sell the encyclopedia sets? Remember
See, I know
that?
what we're talking about. See, I know what we're talking about. See, so I enjoy and Wikipedia and they're encyclopedias. It's just online encyclopedias now. That's where we at. Open source,
Yep.
right? Where certain community people to get to participate in it. So I'm not ashamed of bringing an encyclopedia or Wikipedia source. I understand the limitations of Wikipedia. Some teachers don't accept Wikipedia. That's fine in their class. It's not a problem. We got to stop fighting to be ignorant.
Yes, let me drop a bomb for that one. Damn, please let me drop a bomb. They don't even read and they're mad at Wikipedia.
It's in plain English, man. I've always been saying this for years. Start with Wikipedia and end in the journals. So this is my study pattern. I'll read all through the Wikipedia, out of Columbia Exchange, boom, 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 boom. Let me see the history of syphilis, syphilis, read through that, blah, 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 blah. And then I'm ready to upgrade to the next level, which is the Journal of Nature or Live Science. Then I go to the heavy journals. Then I go directly to the scientists. And so what archaeological data do they have? Can I read the field reports? Why would I try to come here and sound all smart and say, Negro, did you read the field report on syphilis? You're going to say, what? No, but did you at least read Encyclopedia Britannica or Encyclopedia Wikipedia? Did you read that? Wikipedia, like encyclopedia. See? Did you at least read that? Very general.
Yeah.
So why I'm not coming up here to outsmart y'all. See, that's the problem, yo. They forget I'm just a regular guy, man. Regular dude. Then had my bumps and my bruises, but I always could use this though. I could always outthink a person. And whether we was fist fighting, while you up there throwing punches, I'm saying, as soon as he throw that hand, I'm gonna step back one step and I'm gonna throw this right hand. And I know it's gonna be there because he getting top. Step back. It's called thinking. You don't just stop, you think. So I've always been able to think. So in the middle of him howling and screaming, I say I'm gonna rock him to sleep. I'm gonna let him get loud because I know how to get him. I know he's gonna get loud, he's gonna talk crazy, he won't stop disrespecting you, Nepal. See, the men that come up on this panel, yo, they supposed to have the best behavior for you. See, they supposed to recognize that you've changed how you address the audience. You getting better at it. I'm getting better at it. You're not wilding out, you chilling, man.
Trying.
Why would he test?
I'm guilty of going off though. I get it. You get pushed to your limit, but I hear you. Thank you.
But that's not the point I'm making. I'm saying we all are working.
Yeah, you're right.
Yo.
Right.
Doing better. Why try to make you not do better? You get it?
Interesting.
If we care about each other as humans, as Black people, then if I see you trying to do better, yo, why? If I see you trying not to smoke cigarettes, why I'm gonna buy you a pack of damn cigarettes, yo?
Damn.
Yeah, because you really hate me at the end of the day. You want to see me get bad. You get pleasure off me doing bad. Right? So everybody in their wildest dreams, they all want to see me do bad. They all want to see you do bad. Oh, I know that nigga getting high. I know he getting high. Somewhere secretly here in the back getting high. You want me to get high? Niggas wouldn't even known I got high until I told y'all.
Yeah, you shared that, and I appreciate you. I do want to give you a compliment, Ankh. Ankh, let me do this. You know, you got to take your flowers. One thing about you, even though there are things that people may not agree with you about, even me myself, but you never are pretentious. You're right. That's a sign of high level intelligence. People want to say, oh, well, he doesn't know this or he doesn't have this degree. If you don't know something, you go and find out the information. I love that about you. You never pretend. And that is something that lets me know, okay, this person is on a higher level of intelligence. That is a great thing that you do. So I wish more people would do that. Just be like, okay, I'm gonna find it out. So when you do bring information, Ankh, it is definitely hard to refute it if it can even be refuted at all. So I want to say that about that. I do want to, I'm sorry to stop your flow, but I do have a bunch of people in the back, especially one of your pseudo killers. I want to let Cedric and Moses and everybody up, but Yeah, an apostle said listen, apostle, you get very passionate. The information that Ankh presented, it looked like it was solid. So if you have information, like I said, how Ankh goes and gets information, he researches it and comes back swinging. If you have information showing that syphilis did not originate in the Americas, please, Elder, feel free to bring that. But all the name calling and telling him he thinks he's smart, that's projection. He is smart, obviously.
I want to fight to be smart, though. We should all, as African Americans or FBA, whatever you, or as a Black Hebrew Israelite, or as a pretendian, or whatever you think you is. Let me take back the pretendian. If you think you're Native American, at least be an intelligent Native American. I think intelligence is what we actually seek, right? Emotional intelligence. That's what the youth is missing. A person will say something to a younger guy, right? And then he trying to shoot you because the emotional intelligence is not there. His conflict resolution is not there, man. So we need to work on our intelligence. It's okay to be intelligent. It's okay for Black women to date intelligent men. You don't gotta always date the gangster. Not saying that you do, but I come from an environment where you the women look at the niggas with the big cars a little bit more, or the slick dress dudes, or you know what I'm saying? It's got something to do with the danger, but I'm here to say, bro, that ain't what it is. Go for somebody that's intelligent and is smart enough to know, let me stay with her because I got her pregnant. Let me help raise my kid. And
damn.
With her.
Gotta drop the bomb.
That's called intelligence, because guess what? That baby she's carrying my gene pool. She's carrying my everlasting life, because maybe the baby she's carrying may have babies that will have babies that will hold babies, and thus I never die because my genes is still there. So
this is something they don't think of, though. They don't think like that.
Hey, guess what? If I can get it after all I've been through, everybody in the audience can get it. And guess what? Being scientifically literate does not mean you quote unquote lose your damn religion, yo. It don't mean that. It means you learn that the sun didn't just go boom, or the earth ain't 6,000 years. You still may believe in God, but you say God made it, you know what I mean, 4.2 billion, whatever the hell. The universe started 13.7 billion years. Just say God did it. But your head.
And don't forget, we're not the same as when we first. We've evolved as a species. They don't believe that. A lot of people, and I'm saying for the Bible believers that say,
stop evolving. So let me tell you what scientific literacy is, and then let everybody speak. Let me at least give you that.
Okay, sure. Go ahead.
That's my man right there. Lone Wolf. I call Lone Wolf. Put that on there.
Oh, Zion. Yeah.
No, I call him Wolf. I call him the warlord. He's the warlord. Go ahead.
Zion warlord.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which one is it? Okay, I see it. All right.
Okay, so let's get right here. This is from the National Science Education Standard. This is 1996, Chapter 2, Principles and Definitions, National Academy. Dr. Oyama Yacht, she goes there and she speaks regularly. If you don't believe me, you know I got it. So right here, scientific literacy. See if I can make it a little bit bigger for you.
Can we blow it up? Yeah, I was going to ask you if you could blow it up on the right. Great. That's great.
So scientific literacy is the knowledge and understanding of scientific concepts and processes required for personal decision making. So let's stop right there at the comma. Scientific literacy is the knowledge and understanding of scientific concepts and processes required for personal decision making. So basically, the more scientific literacy you are, the better decisions you will make in your life. Let me continue. Participation in civic and cultural affairs. Is this not big for us? So the more scientifically literate you are, the better you are prepared to deal with your cultural practices and civic duty. cultural affairs, participating in civic duties. So you ain't just running out there like a nut for any old cause. You start to understand, and watch this. This is the big one. Look, in economic productivity, once again, economic productivity, meaning you know what to do with your damn dollar. Should I buy these Jordans today? Or should I put $10 a month away and maybe 6 months later get the Jordans, and it didn't stop me from paying my rent or
My bills,
and my gas bill? How many pairs of these should I buy? Should I invest this in maybe Bitcoin? Maybe I should instead of buying my kids 3 pair of Jordans, maybe I should buy 1 pair and invest the rest in Bitcoin. By the time they come of age, they got some money.
Wow, yeah, that's great.
But see, it's economic productivity. Okay, so that's simple. That's all I'm asking out of y'all. And y'all fight me, and all I hear you say, and I'm gonna finish with this. The worst thing you can say to me, but that's the white man's science. You come with the white, you're an agent. I say, no, I'm a free agent. Science does not belong to white people. And the fact that people would say that shows me that you are ashamed of yourself. You're not only ashamed of yourself, you give credit to a group of people that don't even fucking deserve it. White people do not deserve to have science all to them damn selves. I teach a class, I teach a lecture. Let me clarify it up. I lecture at Morgan State. They pipe me in and I give a little lecture. Southern University, give a little lecture. Big up to Dr. Oyamaya. Conscious ingenuity. She's doing the STEM for real. And I talk to them, okay, about science and science and the origin of STEM, safely fixed in Africa. So you can't say it's the white man nothing. It's a human endeavor. It has been through time and everybody got a chance to add on to it. So educate yourself, right? Educate yourself through your ignorance and stop fighting with your ignorance. I'm done. You can open up the panel. He won't answer that question though. He in the chat talking, but he won't bring no source, no archaeological evidence and genetic evidence to say that syphilis didn't start in America. That you won't do. So from now on, ladies and gentlemen, don't forget this. Whenever I see a Apostle, whenever I run into him on one of these panels, I'm gonna say, yo, you got that source, yo? You got that archaeology and that genetic material paper on genetics to prove that syphilis didn't start in America? Every time, yo, I'm on your head, Apostle, and I'm not gonna move away from that till you say, you know what, yo, I was wrong. There we go.
Wow. And again, it's all about the information. It is not a personal situation, Apostle. So please don't make it personal. I guess I want to thank you, Ankh. This is great information. While you were talking about scientific literacy and how it makes our lives better, those are great points. You know what I was thinking about? The current thing that, and I don't want to get into talking about it with the ICE girl. I just want to make a point about science. When they are like, why did he do this and why did he do that or why did that happen? Even if you are scientific, if you're scientifically literate, right? You're gonna know that a car that's almost a ton of metal could really hurt a person, whether you mean to or not. I'm talking about the lady driving. Like, you're gonna make better decisions, right? That just came in my mind for some reason. Like, if you understand science more, you're going to make better life choices. So I absolutely appreciate you doing this, Ankh. I know you teach it over there on the community of skeptics. I know you do it on Dr. Ma'at's channel and Pseudo Killers. But this right here, what you're doing, this is something we need desperately to be repeated over here. We got to stop with I agree, we got to stop with the white man this, the white man that. So I just came in to give my stamp of approval. Go ahead.
I want to say hi to Afro Hair Science. Serious sister, another serious sister in the community, man. She always showed me love. I've always been one of my biggest supporters, whether it's, bringing me to Cleveland. Shout out to her, man, her endeavors, man. She's a businesswoman. She first helped her community. She also helps communities in Africa. Her and Sister Juju with a program they put together over there, man. That's all inspiring to me. So I appreciate when they say, yo, you can't keep it unless you give it away.
Hey, yo, let me say something to you, brother.
What's up?
And Nepal, you can fall back on giving them too much kudos. You're giving them too much kudos. Don't give them too much props.
Okay, baby, 1 second.
No, I'm only joking. I'm only joking. But let me say this
Malik
real quick.
Tenney, honey, I got to tell this person back. Malik Tenney, turn on your camera. Go ahead, Senator.
Okay, I got to say this real quick. Apostle called me about 5 minutes ago, and I was agreeing with Apostle.
I was wondering if it's okay if I should too much.
I was agreeing with Apostle.
So
as far as
he tricked you?
Huh?
He tricked you.
No, he didn't trick me. I was agreeing with Apostle, and I told him I'm gonna come on and tell you that you were wrong. But before I did that, I said, nah, let me go check the facts. And you were right, brother. It was the Europeans got it from the Americans. You were right. That's all Apostle had to do is go and do the fact check. So yeah, I just checked it, Apostle. I told you I was gonna come up here and correct Ankh, but before I did that, I did the smart thing. I said, let me go and check this and look it up. And Ankh was right. They got it from the Americas, bro. Yeah. They had that. America had it way before the Europeans even came in there.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's a sign of intelligence. You went and checked it out. You see, we're looking for people to have a bunch of doctorates and PhDs. Yeah, that is also a definite sign of intelligence. But when you go and double check the information, that lets me know, okay, this person is on a serious level. So thank you. Ankh, did you want to say something before I go ahead and bring everybody back, everybody in?
Bring it back on. As long as they keep it on science. Yeah.
Excuse me, Nepal.
Who's that?
It's Malik. I work in a government facility. Is it okay if I keep my camera on?
Yeah, but all you have to do is just meet out for a second, and then I'll call on you. Go. Thank you for asking. I just need to see you in the back because we get a lot of, for security reasons and people. Go ahead, Cedric. What would you like to add? Thanks for joining, and then I will get to everybody else who's been patiently waiting in the back. Cedric, what would you like to add?
Peace, Nepal. Of course, a great decorum. And Brother Ankh, I jumped up here to be a little bit of bodyguard initially because Apostle was getting out of hand. And of course, as Sarnetta just mentioned,
I baited him in, yo. Watch how I did it. Pepper them with man.
So let's debunk this myth once and for all, because it's part of what we do. Ankh was absolutely right, but let's deal with the exact claim that Apostle made. The idea that syphilis come from sheep is a popular urban legend, but current scientific evidence tells a different and much more complex story. The sheep claim is mostly myth. There is no scientific evidence that syphilis come from sheep to humans. This belief likely persists for 3 reasons, right? So without going into it in detail, right there, you understand that while Ankh is attempting to present scientific information first, our good brother hits him with a complete non sequitur to the conversation Ankh was having. And we're having a scientific conversation and he brings in an urban myth. If this isn't evidence that our good brother is outdated and no longer has any type of say in these type of conversations, then now it is evident, right? Because the argument itself was completely utter ridiculous. It's an urban myth. There is not even a zoonotic jump. The fact is, syphilis is a common virus, a common bacteria that is germane to humans. It belongs to us, always have and always will. Our modern form of syphilis that is on our skin is JAWS, right? Humans naturally carry bacteria on their skin. Your immune system always keeps it in check, right? Syphilis developed thousands of years ago, and as a matter of fact, in the Americas. So that conversation is dead.
Well, is that all? I didn't want to interrupt you.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
And I appreciate you bringing that fact up. That is, it is a disease it's contract. So I get it. Thank you, Cedric. Let's move on to Moses. I know you've been back there, and then we'll get to Rakufu and in order. Moses, what would you like to add? Did you enjoy the presentation or actually the lesson?
Yeah, most def. I really don't push back on any of Ankh's scientific information, only when he associates us with, the straight-haired people, with the Asians, the Europeans, the Indians. Then I have pushback, but that's not the reason why I'm on here. First, let me say this: Nepal, Ankh, everybody on the panel, and people in the chat, ancestors' protection be around the Creator's righteous children resurrecting as gods on earth. Nepal, I appreciate you for bringing me up. How much time you gonna give me? You gonna give me a minute to rock with?
Yeah, I'll give you a minute. And I think, I don't know what happened, if he had tech difficulties, but Ankh dropped off. Hopefully he'll come back.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll give you, let me see, you have some slides in the back, right?
Yeah, because I gotta show sources with Ankh. You know how that is.
Okay, well, go ahead. Let's get started and try to get through them at least a minute. And if you need a little bit more time, I don't want to, because people waiting. But yeah, go ahead. I'll put up this one that you want me to present right now, the first one.
Is that the first? Yeah, it's the first one. All right. So I'm gonna start my clock right after I reiterate what Ankh's show is about. It says Ankh, the God Killer, speaks on evolution, human apes, and everything scientifically opposed to the Bible. Okay, so now I'm starting my time. All right, so my thing with Ankh is he has a name that's associated with East Africa. So I wanted him to look at the Bible and see where it's taking place. And I know a lot of people have already seen these slides, but I don't really get a chance to talk to Ankh. But as you can see, Ethiopia at one time at least around the 1600s, you see that it was most of Africa. And then in this next verse in chapter 2, you see that Assyria is mentioned, and there's the territory of Assyria. So now let's go to the next slide, Nepal. All right, so I'm showing this slide because this territory, Canaan, the Bible further goes on to say in Genesis chapter 13 that biblical Abram had settled in the land of Canaan. The reason why this is important for somebody.
Hold on. I think 1 second. Just pause your time. Is that you, Ankh, who's saying something?
I'm back. What the hell? Did I drop off into a distant galaxy somewhere where the Bible just popped about nowhere? What in the world is
No, he asked if he could show these slides. It's only going to be 30 more seconds.
No, he was gone, man. I got to start all over again.
No, you don't. I've seen it.
He doesn't want to.
Okay, so hold on, Nepal, just to make sure. What did I say at the very beginning, Ankh?
You said that all the area was called Ethiopia. I don't know how that's germane to this conversation.
I'm sure. Listen, he didn't hear everything that I said, Nepal. I reiterated what your show is about. Your show says Ankh the God Killer speaks on evolution, human apes, and everything scientifically opposed to the Bible. And the point that I'm trying to make is somebody with a name like Ankh that is associated with East Africa should be able to explain the Bible to his people from a scientific standpoint. And you don't. So I'm here to show you how you deal with people like Apostle so that you don't have to keep going back and forth with him on stuff because he don't understand the Bible from a scientific standpoint. So now let's go back to the slide that shows Canaan.
Well, give me 1 second, Moses. As much as I don't mind showing it, but he is a guest and this is his presentation, his show. So if he doesn't want me to show the slides, you can come in and do your whole show. You can do a show. So the
only reason I'm showing slides is because Ankh is all about sources, and I'm trying to show him sources, but he don't want to see them, right? You don't want to see no sources, Ankh?
That's not a source.
I'm not finished though. You cut me off before I even made it a minute. You cut me off before the minute was up.
I didn't want to dirty up my presentation.
I'm not dirtying up nothing. You're not giving me a chance to show people the science in the Bible.
Not fair.
You can
I don't play fair.
Yeah, let's not. He doesn't want this. He wants us to be just.
There's no science in the Bible, bro.
But you're not even letting me show that to you.
I don't got to because we have already answered those questions.
But that's a falsehood, that is a falsehood, and you can't prove it's false if you don't even know the information that I'm getting ready to show you.
You don't know the information.
Okay, all right, let's do this, Ankh. Since you don't want me to show no slides, let me ask you this question. As a person with the name Ankh, which is a name that is associated with East Africa, do you or do you not agree that the Greeks obtained their knowledge from Kemet?
Not all of it, some of it.
All right, okay, now you say some of it. Now you say, okay, cool.
Enough of it though.
Okay, all right. So you say some of it, right?
Yeah, right.
So based on that answer that you gave, the Greeks getting some of their information from Kemet, it says that the Greek philosopher I can't pronounce the dude's name, but this dude has the philosophy or the hypothesis of panspermia, which is the beginning of all evolution on this planet. They learned that from Kemet, that they got that from East Africa. Our ancestors in that territory were studying astronomy. So that's where the whole hypothesis of panspermia starts from. So do you disagree with that part?
No, that's incoherent. I don't understand nothing of what you're talking about now.
And then the reason why you don't understand, because you won't let me show no sources.
I don't understand that. I don't know what you're talking about.
So can I show a source for panspermia?
18th century term, and talking about the Nile Valley, which is a 4,500 BCE civilization, bro. Like it's the most ridiculous thing known to man right now.
But that's you're being incoherent. You're acting like I'm saying something that don't nobody know. You just said that bro, you just said that the Greeks got some of their knowledge from Kemet, and now you're acting like you didn't say that.
And people got stuff from the Greeks and from the Romans, and it all leads to right now we'll be looking in your face saying, yo, knock it off.
So you're telling me to knock it off, even though you know that Kemetic people studied astronomy. And so you're basically telling every understanding of life on this earth did not begin with panspermia. That's what you're saying.
I'm saying is, I don't know what you're talking about. It's incoherent is what I'm saying.
And the reason why you don't know what I'm talking about, I tell you what, why don't you look up where the subject of panspermia started? So and you tell me where the Greeks got that understanding from.
No, what's that got to do with the Bible and the
Because that's what the Bible is talking about, and you won't let me show no sources to even.
I don't feel like
okay, all right,
I'm gonna need to move on.
Let me please at least show this man.
As I said, Moses, it's not about me. It's about his show and having respect for the person who takes their time to come in. But you, Moses, you can come in tomorrow if you want and do the whole presentation and address it. So, but you're more than willing to stay on the panel, and if you have questions about things that come up. But I do want to move on to let's see.
Just remove the Bible from your subject. You got the Bible and don't even talk about the Bible. And if you don't want to see no sources, that's all I'm saying.
Let's move on to Suntan. Has his hand up? Suntan, do you mind turning on your camera? I know some people have their cameras off, but y'all, if you can have your camera on, turn it on. That's per Sonnetter, not even me. I'm leaving mine off because y'all see me all the time. So. Okay, let's do this. Suntan. Thank you, Moses. Suntan, what would you like to add?
Hey, Paso, do you got a soul show before you talk to me?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, go get that soul.
Okay, great.
I got it. I don't have to go get it. I got it.
Yeah, go
do we want to, you want to skip Suntan and move on to him?
Let me do mine real quick. Hey, love you, bro.
All right,
I got a fun fact for you, fun science fact. When you did your analogy about quicksand, did you know, this is a fun fact, did you know that you can't sink to the bottom of quicksand?
No, why? Talk to me.
All right, here you go right here.
All right.
Present that for me, Nepal. This is a fun fact for you.
Let's see here.
I learned a lot from you, big brother, little brother. Right.
Okay, there it is. I think, Apostle, can we take yours down?
Yeah, I already took it down.
I don't see.
Who put it back up? I took it down myself. I don't know who put it back up, but I took it down.
That's okay. Let me put it. All right.
Keep
Got
doing
it.
Keep doing that.
Well, what's going on here?
I don't know. I took it down again.
You took it.
Okay.
That's not my real source that I want to show.
That's not you. That's mine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Delusional.
Okay, you ready? The body will not fully sink in quicksand because humans are less dense, about 1 gram LM than quicksand, and around 2 GM LM, causing you to float, usually only sinking to your waist or to your chest, but you can get trapped in it by the thick sand mixture that becomes harder to move as you struggle, potentially leading to death, exposure, hypothermia, or tired by not being swallowed. I just thought I brought that because you had brought up something about, you brought up an analogy with quicksand, meaning that somebody, if they ain't got their stuff together, they'll just, sink.
Yeah, you singing.
Yeah, but you didn't know that you can't really sink people. That's a myth. And when they show the cowboy movies and the hand be up, and they be sinking in quicksand.
Okay, just make you think you can sink all the way. I got you.
Yeah, but you can't. That's it. Keep on teaching, man. I find it enlightening, man. Keep it up.
All right, appreciate it.
Thank you, Elder Suntan. Now let's move on to Rakufu. We have a couple other people. Let me take this down. Rakufu, thanks for waiting. What would you like to say about the lesson we had today with Ankh? I think he's gone. He's not here. My bad. Okay, moving on to Rebel Ra, and then I see you, Ashe. Rebel Ra, peace, brother.
Hey, blessings every time. Yeah, Apostle. Y'all get a captain problem tonight. Bless you up every time. You don't know. And yeah, man, bless up yourself, Napar and everybody else. The one called Suntan. The one called Matrini Bridge up in the corner there, everybody. Yeah, man. The fans, them, and everybody in listening same way, Ankh, I want to give you a little wrestling, probably you terminology, how you said it, probably that's not how you probably really want to say it. But I going off of your balance when you normally say Darwin couldn't have known everything, so there have to be stages to understanding and knowledge.
Of course, yeah.
So when you mention about the creationists, I'm not a creationist, but when you say they were wrong,
yeah, it was wrong.
I wouldn't say they were wrong, but in that time they were using their thoughts to try to make up a story. Because it's not like they had a test or something and they were like, hey, which is the right or the wrong answers? I mean, they kind of made up stories. Different cultures made up their stories as they go along to prove to themselves like their understanding of the environment and, you know what I'm saying, what they lived in. So to say they were wrong, I wouldn't really agree with you, but that's not a big problem. And I just wanted to know, like, why you say they're wrong.
Oh, because they wasn't trying to. They wasn't trying to be scientific. It wasn't no modern science yet. The tools wasn't there yet. None of that was there. They had to have empirical data on where to find water from, how to make their clothes, how to shelter themselves, how to make they stone tools. That's empirical data, and they would pass that on through word of mouth. So they had that down. They was Trump tight with that, right? That's
question.
It was on top. Question. Well, hold on, but for the things that we understand now, it takes instruments.
Right.
You get it? Like in certain star systems we can see. Why would you like it's like saying they had jet planes. Wait a minute, they haven't even invented asphalt yet.
So let me tickle your brain a little bit. Because I like to do that. So let's say Newton, hey, Apple hit him on his head and he started studying gravity. Did gravity exist before he started observing and realizing what's going on? Or because I know science is the study of our surroundings and collecting data and stuff like that.
You just hit it on the head. Everything that we talk about now pre-exist humans, bro, for billions of years. So we trying to catch up to nature, bro. Nature is teaching us something every single day. But if you don't have the aptitude or the fortitude, if you don't have the tools, you won't. Hell, star system's been out there forever, since the Big Bang. The natural elements, the heavy elements produced by stars, first generation stars, second generation stars, right? These stars are element producers. That's been there before humans.
So would you say science is really nature in itself, but the scientific part comes in when we interact with nature, studying it, observing it, and recording it?
Yeah,
because
knowledge
because
always.
science is always, you know what I'm saying to you, in a sense, science is always there, whether we observe it or not. It really doesn't have the limit, like, well, gravity starts with Newton.
No,
You know what I'm saying to you? So
the understanding of gravity starts with Newton.
Right.
He produced the law. Einstein produced the theory of gravity. It always was there, always was around affecting us, just like rain, right? Just like diseases. How about diseases? We thought diseases came from swamps, dirty, bad. It's called bad air.
I'm good, babe.
You know what I'm saying? Like, we always thought that. So all the stuff we talked about was there. So it's not that science is all, because science in itself is a modern thing. Remember, philosophy predates science. Naturalists, but Charles Darwin wasn't a scientist per se. He was a naturalist. So out of philosophy gave rise to naturalists, and out of naturalists gave rise to science. Just so happens to occur in modern times. You get it, right? So progression. So the thing that irks me the most is that we will not allow people to look like me and you to develop. You know what I'm saying? Like, we want to make them skip. There's no skipping in nature. Nature make you stay true to yourself. There's no getting around it. Guess what? No matter who we think we are, right? We know who we are. Each individual person know when you stole that thing or did this or did that, or when you told the truth. You know if you don't understand something. You might not tell anybody else, but you know. You know what I'm saying? I always understood this. This is one of my greatest assets.
So you are the king of evolution, so to speak, advocation of the highest credential. Do you go with that theory of endosymbiosis?
Endo what? I don't even know the word you're saying. What's he saying?
Okay, it's technically where the cells, like, you got a whole cell,
okay,
which was one so-called prokaryote. And there you go with cytobacterium and all of that stuff to make chloroplast. And you got the mitochondria, which the cell engulfed to make, humans and the powerhouse of the cell, blah, blah, boo. So
you skipping a lot of steps there, boy. You talking about cell development, how they divide, how cells divide.
No, I'm saying before the cell starts to divide into mitosis and all of that, meiosis and all of that other stuff.
Okay.
I'm talking where this evolution kind of started course, where there were bacteria, bacterium, and a host cell. And you have, go ahead.
Eukaryotic, bacteria, and archaea. The 3 domains.
Right, but the prokaryotic, before they came to eukaryotics, they were prokaryotics swallowing the mitochondria, which now the host that swallowed the bacterium, which is the mitochondria, which was foreign to the cell, now became symbiotic with the cell. Now it became part of the cell. It helps the cell, and they work together.
Because it gave it an advantage.
Right. So, science have traces of that, but there's a theory that explains symbiotic theory. But I really don't go with it too long because
symbiotic theory.
The cell always tries to kick out alien to itself, and it's like how these things became just part of the cell, but became the central point of the cell.
So there's a misconception.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Let me move on to let other people address what
y'all don't hear that?
Yeah,
Cedric. I think. All right, go ahead.
It's one of our island brothers. I'm gonna blame you.
It's all good.
I got their thoughts on the power, if I can show it.
But I do want him to see. Yes, thank you, Zaquan. We're gonna get to that. I do want to get to. I'm gonna let Ankh reply to that. That's a bit of a complex conversation there. But you want to reply to that, Ankh, and then I can get to the rest of the panel, and we can get to the simple stage. Okay, before I do Apostle, would you let me just please get the people like Ashe who didn't say anything, and then we will get to you, Apostle, because I know that's going to take a long time, and so I just want Ashe to get in. He probably wants to say something to Ankh about his lesson today. Thank you. Go ahead, Ashe.
Thank you. I'm gonna probably say this a slide right off.
Okay.
I was just a couple things. When the brother, I think you said you were quoting somebody. I don't remember who you said. You said you made a statement along the lines of nature draws no color lines. That statement is false. That would be a false statement.
That's a book.
Well,
Do you understand what it is, though?
Hold on 1 second. That's fine. I understand.
How you doing? Hold on. How you doing, brother? No,
how you doing? How you doing, brother?
I'm doing pretty good, man.
I'm all right. I appreciate
you. I got you up here like this. I got you like that on your thing. Go ahead. It's part for the cause. I just want to.
No, it ain't even like that. You know what I mean? I'm just saying, like, even book titles and quotes by our scholars can be a little bit misleading because there are definitely color lines in nature. I gave the example in the comments of like even per se like lions, and within lions, the more melanated lions. This is a fact. It's not me being Negro-centric or anything, if you would, for lack of better terms. It's just a fact that the lions with darker colored manes, they attract the more mates, and that's a sign of dominance and superiority. And the ones with the lighter colored manes, of course, that's a sign of inferiority. This is just a fact. And second thing I want to touch on, when it came down to the reading level, you were absolutely correct when it came down to the average American read on the 8th grade level. So I was studying, as he was going on, I was studying like, why was that? And that was because the 8th grade level is generally where you're going to get all of your reading basics down pat. You know, this is utilized within, like, when you go to your bank, when you're reading ads. This is what I was getting from source, from AI, I meant. And it's saying, like, you know, when you see like your banking, your local ads, your commercials, the things that you're going to interact with on a daily basis, they target that 8th grade reading level because it's not super duper complex. So I looked into the books that were featured within this 8th grade reading level. I was like, so what would be the books? And it were things like Percy Jackson, and a couple other those more mythological books, The Outsiders. In these books, they have some big words sometimes, but it's just very literal and it kind of gets straight down to the point. And when I looked at those higher educational books, like 11th and 12th grade, you see this is when they step into the Beowulfs. They get to giving you more of the Odysseys and things of that nature. So it gives you the philosophical understanding, gives you the symbolic of things that you might not necessarily need in life. But if you're going to be on panels like this, you definitely going to have to be the higher level of reading.
Yeah, that was my point was that, and I'm glad you brought that. I'm glad you say I wasn't even trying to insult nobody. Especially when your banking information is written at that grade level, 8th grade. See, I wasn't, but see, you have to read, right, and comprehend that to know I wasn't even throwing a shot. So my point was, why would I bring something up past that? When most of us, including myself, read at that level. It's okay, bro. You get it? Appreciate that, though, man. I don't even know if I want to argue with you over nature knows no color. I think I want to let that ride.
All right, brother.
Great. Yeah, that's a great point, both of you. I'm glad he came in and even gave some information about the more, like the higher literacy. So, and I also love that Ashe said this, Ankh. When we come into an environment with peers, we don't want to be the inferior one, right? We want to, everybody tries to step their game up, correct? We want to learn. So,
step the game up.
Yes, moving right along back to Apostle, and he's got some sources now. He says, you can definitely go ahead and share your stuff, Zaquan. You don't need me to, you have the operational manager. Okay, go ahead. And I will keep some order. No, please, no name calling. I don't want to sound, you guys are grown men, but just Apostle, please try to keep it about the information, Zaquan, and I appreciate you. Go ahead.
Excuse me, I wasn't the one calling names. I did use the word Negro, but that's not calling somebody a name.
All right, sir. Great.
Right?
I hear you.
Also, Let me say this also.
Yes.
At no time did I disrespect you, Nepal.
I never, Apostle, don't worry about me. I got you. Listen,
No, I'm saying that.
don't worry.
because
Thank you. And I appreciate you. Now, I want you to stay focused on what you're doing, and you are good. You're good. I'm good. You're good. Go ahead.
I'm
Go ahead.
focused, but I have to say, Unc said that. And the chat
Leave that alone, man.
and said I was being disrespectful. At no time did I curse or use profanity.
Man, leave it in the back, baby.
Well, let me say this now that see, this is how Unc said he knows me a little bit. Now you're putting me up on here where I got to say this. What we're talking about is when I say, can we go forward? I know I'm not Sonnetter and I know you respect me, but if we could go forward, let's just go forward. That's what he meant. So please, Zaquan, get to the syphilis stuff, my elder, please, my friend. Go ahead.
I understand, but then you did ask me to put
get to the information.
That's your source right there, bro. You know, we done moved past. Go. That's your source.
See, now you see.
Yeah.
So, it pulls out on Wikipedia.
That's your source. Yo, we
said so. I did the same thing.
Okay.
I pulled up on Wikipedia.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, and now he wants to talk. He wants to kick my source, but I can't kick his source.
Urban myth. Thank you.
You know,
Go ahead and read your source, Zaquan.
I'm trying to blow it up so I can see it.
Yeah, go to the top, right.
It says the first occurrence, outbreak of syphilis in Europe occurred in 1494. 1494. That's the year Christopher Columbus came to America. Also in Naples, in Italy.
Came in 1492, yo. First point. 1492. All right. So 2 years from then, it don't take 2 years for somebody to transfer syphilis to Europe, yo. Let me rewind a little bit back to the brother when he talked about nature knows no color. He said nature does have a color line. I didn't want to dive into it during the show because he had made such a great point about the 8th grade reading level. So I didn't want to overblur that point and come off as hating because he made a great point. But let's be clear, nature knows no color line. He made the example of the lion with darker mane attracts more females. Yes, that's in that particular species. But I would also like you to look at the peacock. The color black on a peacock does not attract more females. It's the colorful palette, different colors that attract more females. Okay, so like I said, in one species, the darker color may attract more females. In another species, colorful colors may attract more females. Nature knows no color. Nature does not distinguish a light person from a dark person, talking about human beings. They're all afforded with the 5 senses. It's human beings that divide us up into colors. It's human beings that make the distinctions. Human beings are simply fit into their environment. Lighter skin, you're more productive in the areas where there's less radiation. Where you can produce vitamin D. Vitamin D is produced in the skin, not in the sun. UV rays, UVB and UV rays. Low levels of that require a person to be lighter to allow the sun in. In the tropics, on the equator, you want to block out those rays because, like I said, those rays become harmful at high levels. Also, hair blocks out UVA rays and UV rays. They did the study on the mannequin. They had the mannequin bald-headed and his brain heated up. The mannequin temperatures heated up as opposed to mannequins with hair on it. And so the hair that you find in tropical climates help block out the UVA rays. People in the tropics aren't indigenous Africans. but nature still affords them protection of the hair. Nature knows no color. Nature knows no color line. Jolie Rogers, that was the point. Human beings draw the strict line and strict boundaries in what is superior and what is not. That was my point. Now let me continue on this ignorant portion of the conversation. Now all of a sudden, Apostle the Ignorant wants to bring back a Wikipedia source. And he gets caught up in the words like record. He say record, crazy as hell. Record and may have. Here we go again. Let us finish. Bunch of foolery at levels.
During the French invasion. Oh, so the French are Europeans.
What's the date, sir?
It says 1494 to 1495. And it was the French. Now, I understand.
You reading, sir?
Yeah. It says because of it was spread, I'm reading on my TV, geographically by the French troops returning from their campaign in disease was known as the French disease. Now, the French did come to America during the Revolutionary War, but perhaps they're the ones that spread it to the Indians.
Did this man just say perhaps?
So now I got seconds running this mouth. I got all these people talking where I should be the only one talking.
I know.
Right?
Go ahead and read it, yo.
I should be the only one talking.
Yes, sir.
But it's something about facts. And when you show facts, how people act.
What?
Okay? So here we got this disease being called the French disease. And the French are Europeans. They went out throughout the world, conquering and being just annihilating people. So they come back to Europe, and then they spread their filth in Europe. At the same time, just so happening, Christopher Columbus, who did not get off the ship nor discover America, but he discovered the islands surrounding or supporting near America. But it was the native that gave them the disease. I guess the natives gave them the smallpox.
No.
The natives, I tell you what the natives gave them.
What did they give them?
Corn.
Okay.
Showed them how to grow it.
Okay. Notice how I'm letting him get it off, man. I've been dealing with this. What, we at the 3-hour mark now? This man cutting in and out, yo. At this point, you know, I'm at the last end of it, but I'm calm though. Okay? All right. Let us move on.
Mace. And then they introduced the natives to alcohol.
How about yellow fever?
Smallpox, yellow fever, and all the rest of it.
Where that comes?
You know, the thing was,
dengue, yellow fever.
Now I got all these people talking. The point is, yes, I pulled up an article, that same article in Wikipedia that I pulled up. But I went beyond that article because here it is here. The history is
about yellow fever, and you equated that to
yeah, well, I don't care what that right now. Right now, I'm dealing with syphilis and how the French. Let me stop sharing this because I got one more thing to share.
Keep that source
I got one more thing to share, and I'm going to share that. And that's this here. Excuse me. Let me get back to pulling it up.
Goodness.
It's funny. Yellow fever can kill you. Yellow fever can kill you. Syphilis don't kill most people, but yellow fever can kill you. So he more worried about the sexually transmitted disease because he perceived it to be filthy. But yet the thing that kill you for real, the yellow fever, get a fever and die, he don't care about that coming from the Native Americans. It's the wildest thing ever. So I guess he think the Native Americans either just didn't have sex, didn't have no disease, the blameless ones, the ones without disease. There's a place on planet Earth where the God of the Hebrews stretches arms out and put a protection barrier against viruses and pathogens in the native world, where nothing transmitted bacterium and viruses back and forth. Like there's no pathogens in the new world. There's no mosquitoes, there's no malaria, there's nothing but the Native Americans.
God standeth in the high court and recognize this man is a fool.
No way, bro. Let us continue. Probably need to catch it right before I crash out, because I'm crashing.
So we saw that the French did it, but Unc didn't mention them. He only mentioned the Americas. So
what's the source for that?
Let's see. It's Wikipedia, just like your source.
No. I want to do like you told me.
I know. No. If it was good enough for you, it's good enough for me.
Tell me where is the first
overview. The first recorded outbreak of syphilis in Europe occurred in 1495 in Naples, Italy, during the French invasion. Now I slid over here and I saw what it said, but then I really thought about it because the French was here in America, down south in Louisiana.
Man, read that right there. It's right.
Yeah, I see what that says there. That's what you said.
No, I ain't say that. Would you guys say that?
You see? But what I got also say this.
Okay.
Now, what I want to tell you is,
man, come on, bro.
What I want to tell you is, brother, no, I don't hate you.
Both of them. I don't hate you.
No, I don't hate you, Unc, like you said I do. I just hate you. The chat said I was jealous of you. You know,
I don't think so.
Which is crazy, but no,
read the source and stop running away from the dagger.
Stop
this nonsense you do is
stop it. I'm reading about syphilis. I'm not talking to you, Cedric. I know it hurt. I know it hurt for me to show Unc that I was right. It did start in Europe. Matter of fact, before you can look up and you'll see that the Greeks
read the origins.
Apostle, I'm sorry, man.
Long before the first century.
Read the origins.
So this says origin. This says origin. The other one said origin. Now, once again, it's my time to speak.
Read
I
origin.
don't hate
Stop
you.
flim-flamming.
Instead, I don't hate you. I have no reason to hate you.
No, you hate now.
No, I disagree with you.
No, you hate now.
And I will defend myself.
Yeah.
When I first came up, I didn't bring myself up.
It's crazy, man. Apostle the ignorant. Snitching. I didn't bring myself up. Somebody brought me up. We know you got the controls to bring yourself up. And so why you even got to say that? On this this is the issue right here. Dr. May, said it earlier. She said it's comprehension. This man don't know the difference between an overview and the damn origin. He don't know the difference between the first recorded outbreak, right, and the history of syphilis. This is craziness, man. The overview says the first recorded. He keeps saying record. The word is not record. It's recorded. Outbreak of syphilis in Europe occurred around 1494 to 1495. Clearly, 2 to 4 years after Columbus reached the Americas. Clear. In Naples, Italy, during the French invasion, because it was spread geographically by the French troops returning from the campaigns. The disease was known as the French whatever. Because they was French, but they was fighting in Italian battles. Then you read the order. He would not read this. Why wouldn't he read it? Because it says the history of syphilis has been well studied, but the exact origin of the disease was the source of debate until archaeological and genetic evidence showed consistently that it originated in the Americas. That's why he won't read it. Howling, screaming. He's apostle to ignorant. This is what pseudos do on regular basis. They do this right here. That's why that early work that was laid, that foundational work from the Amaral Squad, right? The daggone the Massies, the daggone pseudo killers, that work that's laid out to show you gotta have a source. The Amaral Squad, I keep missing. I can't even think of the daggone. Damn, man, I cannot believe I forgot that, man. The daggone, man. Osiris, Team Osiris. Those early days when they was coming with all science. Sources was essential, high-level sources, all that. Raw Squad sources important because I knew we had to get ahead of the damn curve. And I knew once the thing blew up, it wasn't no hidden colors in those days yet. Right? They hadn't quite shot their load. It was there, but it wasn't there. It wasn't in the regular African American community yet. You could hear it in the hip hop. You could hear it in the hip hop. With Africa Bambaataa. Remember, he was a New Wapian. Jay-Z. Early, right? He wear the chain. His first record is with a New Wapian, Jazzo. So it was in early hip hop. Cameron and them, you can hear him talking about York, hear him talking about this, Akaris One, the Black Hebrews, all that was bubbling to get to it, culminated at Hidden Colors, where now they produce a pseudomentary, but they call it a documentary as if it was documented. It's not documented, it's a pseudomentary where you just got people on camera and they just talking. No sources, no references, no expertise in said subject. It's just street dudes talking that have become elders. They just talking. They're not giving you reference points that you can go look at. They're talking about reference points that when you look it up, you never can find it. You could get this off back in the day, right? You could do all this back in the day. That's why Hidden Colors was so successful. Now, you looking at Hidden Colors saying, man, it's a pseudomentary. They've lost their damn mind. Thank goodness for the foundation of the early days. That's why when Apostle got us on the screen, we just stop the screen and read it and say, what the hell is wrong with this guy? He's so damn ignorant and so damn arrogant, he ain't got enough sense to read the screen and say, I made a mistake. Can you explain the difference between the overview and the origin? Or why does it say the first recorded? The word first makes me think this is the first time this occurred, which would make it where it started at. And I'm not understanding why they're saying the origin is in a whole different place. And we could have had a healthy conversation around that. So let's have that healthy conversation right now without Apostle to ignorant. So obviously cases of syphilis occurred in the New World because that is the origin of it. But the natives wasn't recording it. All Native American tribes wasn't literate. They didn't have a written language. You got the Olmecs, the Mayans, a few of them, they had written languages. And maybe they recorded it and maybe they didn't, but they hadn't figured that out in goddamn 1490. They didn't, the shit wasn't even deciphered in the goddamn New World, the stuff that the natives had been writing. First of all, the French was well deciphered and well understood. French language and English language and Portuguese, like they understood that. But being the first to be recorded does not mean the origin of said thing. The origin is totally different. We have the tools today that would extend our senses, would cut us off at our beliefs and fill it with data like archaeology and genetic evidence. You don't even have a comprehensive theory at 1495. You don't have a comprehensive scientific theory of evolution. Mendelian laws aren't out yet. Charles Darwin has not, they're not even born yet. They don't know nothing about the archaeology. They're not digging up bones and looking at them at 1494. Apostle the ignorant. It's not until later on. Charles Darwin did not have the law of Mendelian laws to help him understand the pieces of evolution or how this material, genetic material, was transferred. He didn't have the word genetics. That's why he came up with pangenesis, trying to explain how this material got transferred from one human to the next. He didn't have it yet. Later on, after he produced a scientific theory in the 1900s, they rediscovered Mendel's. And then they started talking about genes. Remember, he did experiments on peas and the different variations. And then they started using the word genes, Mendelian laws, and chromosomes. Then they don't even map out the human genome until 2004, I believe. Now they start sequencing and mapping out viruses, whole genome sequences, like the coronavirus. They mapped it out. And the person that mapped it out get credit for it, and they give him a patent on it. And then he immediately releases the material to the scientific world. So at no point at 1494 or 1495 was any of this possible. But this nitwit, Apostle the ignorant, does not understand that. He could have had an intelligent conversation around it, but he refused to. He stuck his chest out, got shot up in an intellectual gunfight, and he lost his mind, which in turn caused me to lose my mind because he'd been picking the whole show up to this point. Very simple. The origin, the overview, the first recorded, the genetic studies is the separation here. His source clearly collaborates what I'm saying, but yet he's talking that talk.
I was told.
Snitching.
I was told. No, I'm not snitching. Oh, see, listen, you see how that go? You see how that go? But I was the one that supposed to have been big and say, you know what? According to God, you were right.
No. Why don't you read the overview, though? I'd rather you read the overview, yo.
I read it.
What does it say? The first what, yo?
I read it here.
No, what does it say? The first what?
I'll show it to you again.
No, I'm looking at it. You don't got to move.
No. I'll show it to you again.
Why'd you do that?
So I will show it to you again. Now, you can say the article is true, or you can say the article ain't true. I'm just going to show it to you.
This man took the source down.
Yeah, and I'm going to put it back up.
You know why?
You know why? This is why. This is why. This is why I want to do it, man. You must listen, brother. The first record outbreak of syphilis in Europe occurred in 1494. This is before Europeans came to America.
That's nigga here, man.
This is before they came to America.
This is crazy, yo.
And the Europeans already got it.
Man, dude.
The French are spreading it throughout Europe. That's what this article is saying.
Hey, boy.
But I know I'm wrong. right?
Yeah, you are, Apostle.
Okay, yeah, I'm wrong.
I got that source right here. Can I read this source, Unc? I got him for you.
Oh, I guess this source don't mean what it means.
Hey, put my source up on the thing, Unc. I got it.
Well, this source don't mean what it means.
Not reading it.
That's what we arguing.
You talking
That's what we arguing.
The word wasn't record. The word was recorded. It said
recorded in Europe.
So the recorded, hold on.
In Naples.
What I'm saying, yo.
But what? Did they come to America in Naples?
Listen, there's a difference between the origin of something and the recorded. I want you to know that.
Oh, no. Recorded just means recorded. Now you're going to bamboozle me. They're talking about the origin.
No, it's not.
Brother, the fact is, in 1494, they hadn't even came to America.
You know what frustrated me the most?
Yeah, you. What you say out of your mouth. And the fact is, you're from a city that just doesn't know. If it wasn't for Washington, D.C.,
it's crazy, yo.
Baltimore wouldn't have no water pressure. That's the honest truth. You can't afford a lot. You can't afford an airline by yourself. You share it with Washington. You share the basketball team with Washington. You got no national airport in Baltimore.
Off the subject.
Please.
I need to come in here.
I'm gonna crash out. I'm gonna crash out on it.
Let me let somebody else get in here. Cedric, did you want to say something?
Paul, let me make this statement.
Go ahead, Unc. Go ahead.
I want to listen. Okay, D. I would like to make. I wanted the listening audience to understand something. On that screen, which he refused to read, I don't know why. It said the first recorded case, right? He said he called it the record. It's okay. I do that all the time. But when they're saying the first recorded case, they're saying that when they actually recorded it and say, oh, this must be something, right? That's different from the origin. That's why if he'd have read the overview, which he refused to do, he just refused to do. The origin of it was in Americas. Now, as they collect these different data points in different time spans back in 14 something, yo, they ain't even know what a daggone virus was yet. That's what I'm telling you. In the 1400s, they didn't know what the disease was. They didn't know what caused it or none of that.
And they didn't know what a white man was. They didn't even know what a young
Shut was. Your ignorant ass up. I had enough of you. First of all, you're out here being a fraud. You're out here being a fraud. You're out here being a fraud. You're derailing the conversation.
Go back in your skin.
Come on, man. You're messing up the
Go back in. I'm messing it up.
You're refusing to read what you read because you're a liar.
You don't have to do that.
Listen, let him talk.
I had enough of you.
Oh my God. Unbelievable.
Ignorant fool.
Unbelievable.
You're refusing to read it because you know this guy.
I didn't refuse to read nothing, man.
And you don't have a genuine bone in your body. That's why you can't simply say, you know what? Let me read
I'm
the book.
defending myself, Paul.
Let him talk one night.
Doesn't make
have
any
the
sense.
origins on the screen, but
I'm
refusing to read it.
defending myself. But you want to say me out.
Hey, Nepal, could you share my screen? Hey, this is
Big up to Cedric, man. He tried to take the bullet from me. He tried to crash out so I wouldn't crash out. I received it, I smiled a little bit, and then I forgot. But big up to Cedric, yo, for taking the bullet from me. I can't be out here in these streets, crashing out like that. When a person is 10 years older than me, or 12 years older than me, or a person is 10 years younger than me, or a person my age, I just can't do it no more, man. I gotta kind of like guard my image these days, man. I just do. You know what I'm saying? Like from where I come from, man, and where I'm at now, man, it's a whole different individual, yo. And I gotta make sure I constantly portray that. So I cannot, since I know that I only got 3-4 hours of the buffoonery, and I say buffoonery because it's so ridiculous, that I gotta know when to get out of a space or get away from a certain person and just leave. So I should just say, man, at that point, I think enough of the knowledge has been done, and bid you well, my people. And survive to the next episode. I crashed out in this episode. I don't even think I'm gonna let y'all see it. It was so wild. Y'all had to go on the Colosseum HOK debate to see the crash out, because it's an epic. It's classic crash out. F signs, I don't care no more if I see him bang you. I did all that trip. I was lost it. I blacked out. It was okay to black out when I was young. It was okay to black out. It was all right, because I would mean it. Now I don't mean that, man. Trying to get in no trouble over that, over dragging him up and down the street. It's disrespectful to the audience. No matter what he did, I gotta have better control. I gotta have a better understanding of who I am as an individual in this space to know what type of weight I carry. And that this is the only way they win. They don't win because the nigga can't understand the difference between an overview and an origin, or recorded, or genome. He don't understand none of that. He's a nut. And I'm not saying he's a nut because he don't understand it. I'm saying he's a nut because he know he don't understand it, yet he argue that shit because he's sitting there reading it. And he's sticking his chest out. That's the part that make him a nut. That's why forever I will always call him Apostle the Ignorant. So I'm working out my humanity as usual, right in front of the camera like everybody else. Most times you get a chance to work out your humanity away from the crowd, but I ain't had that chance. Let me finish.
I'm not sharing anybody's screen until I say this. No, let me say this, Suntan. Let me say it, damn it.
Uh-oh.
Please, and it's not about you. See, this is what Uncle, and I'm trying, and it's not, I'm not saying damn it to you. No, let me say it, Suntan. Because I'm the host, and I'm not trying to flex. You guys are all fine. But all of this, like 50 people talking, it's a great show. I will let you share your screen, Suntan, but if I'm saying let me get in here, it's because there's a reason.
Okay, go ahead.
Apostle.
Yes, ma'am.
Please, Zaquan, do not, when let's all share the mic and let's take it easy. That's all I wanted to say, Suntan. I'm sorry I flashed out or cracked. Just come on. Now, I'm going to go back to the person who's doing the show for us. Then I will get to you, Suntan. I want to get some order. I just want to recalibrate. Sorry that I raised my voice at you particularly. Okay, Ankh, to get things back on track.
Good Lord split you.
Yeah.
Everybody go to their corner. Okay, go ahead.
I just disagree with you.
Why are you talking? Okay. I'm just gonna go jump off the top of I'm gonna go to the top of my roof and jump.
No, you don't.
Okay,
Don't do that.
go ahead, Ankh.
Man, Nepal, she held herself down. She's about to crash out. She was on a semi, and she reeled that shit in like a professional, yo. I was like, oh, Cedric did it for me. Nepal did it for me. I was calm. I was smiling, yo. But I think that's when I'm ready to crash. Oh, yeah, I smiled first. I thought the man was gone. That's what happened, yo. That's my excuse. I thought he was gone. I thought the episode was over for him. He left. Look, he gone. I said, he gone. Like, bad, I survived another day. I said, he's gone. He's gone. He had his last words. I'm gone. He put him out. I said, man. At this point, I'm good, man. I say, I let my defenses down. I'm breathing. You know, my pressure is down. I have survived the episode with a complete maniac. Apostle Jaquan the Ignorant. I've survived that moment. Let my defenses down that I've been holding for 3 hours and a half. My blockers, my ignore this man. I know he's a nut, a fool. I know he's religious. I know he don't understand. I understood. I had empathy for him. Empathy and sympathy. I had everything going for me at this point. And I said, he's gone. And I let it all go. I say, now I can enjoy myself. Let's see what happens.
What would you like to say?
I'm trying to let people know. You got to be careful. Reading is important, right? But comprehending what you read is essential in these conversations, man. At the time, 14, hold on. Wait a minute. I won't get, because he ain't got the document up there no more. Hold on. 14.
Yeah, and
Hold
do you
on.
want to share something? Do you
Right?
want to screen share? Do you want to screen share something?
94 and 1492. So that's 2 years. Yo, it don't take them 2 years to travel from America to anywhere in Europe, first of all, right? But my point was that the first time that they recorded it, what they thought was that didn't have to be that at all, because one, the theory of disease was not out yet. They didn't know how diseases started. They didn't even know during the Civil War how damn diseases started. They just didn't know that yet. They wasn't there yet. And that's okay. Okay. Now they said the origin of it. Now, later on, as we understand about DNA and all that, now we can actually trace the genome of that ancient virus. And they trace it to the Americas, AE, the Journal of Nature. Here you go. Let me share the screen, man. What is he talking about, man? We not doing Wikipedia no more. He ran his mouth. I didn't. He talked crazy.
Yeah, there it is.
Remove mine, Nepal.
Yes, but let Ankh share, and let me say, Apostle, this wasn't directed to you in general, but please come back, but just get some decorum. That's all I'm saying. And I'm not saying that to him only. All right, let me fall back. Go ahead, Ankh.
It said, look, an American ordinance for I think this is palladium. It said the study confirms the presence of in the Americas a deeply diverged lineage for all three known palladium subspecies prior to the first Colombian expedition in 1492, man. I ain't gotta keep reading, bro. This is the Journal of Nature, bro. And guess when the date is? The date is published in December of 2024, yo. And you talking about something first time they seen it in 1494? Might not even have been that. And you howling and screaming like a dang fool for no reason. You just wrong, bro. I'm not even expecting you to understand this. I'm not even expecting you to read this whole article right here. I'm not expecting you to look at this. I don't even think you would know what this is. Do you know what this is? No. I want to click on for I got him. I'm gonna click it. I got him. Yeah. I wouldn't expect you to know none of this. You tripping. I don't even know what the hell it is. So why would I do you like that? But I can read and see what it say. Then I can look that up like everybody should be. But you're not sitting here howling, screaming, disrupting the night show. I ain't need all that today. Man, I ain't trying to be smarter. I'm just trying to say, yo, you cannot be in a crowded room of intelligent people and get that off like that. It's blackology, bro. It's telling you the genome predates 1492. Papillium, it predates it. Jesus Christ, man. You got to knock it off. You got to stop playing, yo. We're not playing over here. You playing. You on Wikipedia. I ain't even, you talk so much trash about Wikipedia, I say, I'm going to up the level on them. I'm going to up the level on them. And you right back at Wikipedia after you done scolded me for Wikipedia. Man, you play too much, yo. You know what? I just think you like the attention now. Yeah, you like the attention, bro. You know I'm gonna beat you up somewhere in the episode. You're gonna die. You know it. You just like dying in the episode, and then we do another episode. So, bro, you have officially died in this episode. All right?
Can I go?
Yes, you can, sir.
All right.
Okay, thank you. Yes, some can. And then Apostle, you can respond. Thank you so much, everybody, for having the
He's back in the episode
immensely. Go ahead, Suntan. Your
all right, share the screen. Hey, now see, this is the thing. And Apostle, and you know, me and you is okay. I got this off your source. The history of syphilis has been well studied, but extract origin of the disease and the source of the debate and the archaeological and genetic evidence shows exclusively it originated in the Americas. And that's all he was saying. And this your source, Apostle. This was at the bottom of your source. And that's what he was saying, that it didn't originate in Europe, it originated in Americas. And your source says that. That's all I continued to read your source when you put it up there. It was really small. I blew it up and read it. It came out with this analyst right there. It says it right here, as everyone can see, that it originated in the Americas.
I know, what's wrong with that? Why is that a problem?
Right. Now, I understand that, Suntan. I even showed Unks old source sitting right below the source that says about the French.
Right.
It said it started in America. I know it says that. But I'm a rational person.
Oh, you're a rational person.
Now, see, I didn't make a comment while you talk.
You're not irrational, but you did it an hour
Okay, so
ago.
you show me your decorum. You and that Cedric.
Don't forget.
All right? You and Cedric.
Yeah, don't forget.
No bus of great.
Yeah, don't forget. Don't
I know
forget.
better than that. So
Okay, I see what happened. He got back in the episode and he ran his mouth and he said I wasn't gonna bust a grape. I was already thought the episode was over with. I was already had used up all the. I gave him all the. I was looking for passes. I ain't had no more passes. And then he started talking about I'm not gonna bust a grape. I wasn't talking about fighting at all. Right now, I'm not complaining about my behavior. I just want to show y'all how a person can keep doing it. It's like if a person say, "Man, I'm trying to stop smoking cigarettes," and then you buy them a pack. Right? Or it's always some people when they know you stop trying to smoke and they smoke a cigarette, they say, "Hey man, you want to hit this?" Or if you're trying to stop smoking weed, you ain't smoked weed in a month, and the fellas, your good friends be like, you don't need to be around us, they'll walk away. Good friends. But them wild niggas that want to misery love company, they want to see you smoke weed. You want to hit this? Nigga, I told you a week ago I don't smoke no more. I ain't know, nah, nigga, you know. So he like one of them people, he know I've been keeping calm. He know. But he just was better than me in this moment. Because he knew once I say, I'm gonna bust a grape, that I can, no Unc think the episode over with. So I think I can get him with this. Let's see. Now you tough chop.
It says in the article, Suntan, that about the French, as in fact it said they didn't know what to call it except for the French disease. It was named after the French.
So what, bro?
Now I can see the wham. Yeah, we see it up here in French, but quote, 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 the Americans did it. So how did the Americans get it? Frankly, how did the French get it? All over on a different side of the world from the Americas. When it says in 1492, Columbus sailed the ocean blue.
It said it originated.
So I understand how they said it originated. But in 1494, the French got it. They spread it all over Europe. And they're not calling it syphilis. They're calling it the French disease.
I know how to get it though.
So
how to get it?
The French got it because they're like everybody else in Europe. They're a bunch of nasty people. That's all it's doing. They live among roaches. That's how they got the bubonic plague, the black plague, and every other plague.
Yeah, man, you just
in Europe.
Yeah, you just ignorant, yo.
So I know I'm ignorant.
Yeah,
but the fact is, you can't stand it that your own source called it the French. Now, I didn't make that up.
I asked you a question.
You can't explain that away.
What I
They
asked
called it the French disease.
What I asked you was.
That's what they knew about it.
Why did they call it the French disease, though, bro?
Because they didn't know, because Europe is in the dark at that time. That's the Dark Ages. They didn't know. They didn't even know that the world was round. They were teaching that it was flat. They hadn't been over here. Really? They hadn't been here to spread anything or to pick up anything. The French was conquering over in Europe. They wasn't in the new country. They came after Columbus. But they got it. That's what they call it. The French disease.
I know. So then
So I sit here and I say, what are these Europeans really doing? And what are they saying to me? On one hand, they're blaming the native population. But then on the other hand, they're saying, well, you know, really the French. The French. See, it's the French. So I'm gonna put it this way. Whichever writing you choose to believe it, brother. Don't get on me because the source says the French. Don't get on me.
Okay, thank you,
I
Apostle.
just disagree.
Thank you. I want to ask you a question, Ankh.
You just ignorant, Apostle.
When we talk about Wuhan,
what are you?
Yeah, you're ignorant.
Okay, I want to ask a question to Ankh real quick, Zaquan. So Ankh, when we think about,
I'll let you know when I get there.
Without getting, oh my goodness.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah.
Okay.
I used to fight.
Apostle.
You know, why you calling me all these names, man? I haven't called you no name.
All right, let me ask you a question.
Did he say he was gonna come to Baltimore? See, he coming to Baltimore. Bro, I ain't trying to fight you, man. What are you talking about? Crazy. Like, why is he there? He picking. He forgetting he old. And I was like, okay, he forgetting he old. Then I'm forgetting, then I'm old then. Then we both then forgot. At a certain point, I started thinking I could get out there and mix it up and beat him up. Start saying, I know I can take him, yo. Knock the gray out of his hair. Hit him in the shoulder, yo, his arm fall off. Kick him in the kneecap, step on his foot, he fall and break his leg. You know you that age of a person. Bump you and then step on your foot, it ain't gonna bend right. So I started tripping in my head a little bit. I was like, yo, I know I'm a little more fitted than him, yo. If I throw a good fake and he jumped the wrong way, he gonna break something. Yeah, that age when a person fake at you, flinch at you like you gonna hit him, and you go to move, yo, you throw your back out at that age. You know, at my age, man, you might throw a flint and might get stuck too. You know what I'm saying? Yo, that 58 ain't no joke, yo. Big up for being 58. Shit, boy. But I was starting to feel a little tough. He was tough Charlie for a minute, and I was starting to feel a little bit tough. I was like, I think I can get him. I was starting to black out. Look at my face. What? Coming to Baltimore? I thought I was in Baltimore. I don't even live in Baltimore no more. But yet I was willing to defend Baltimore when he got there, knowing I don't live there. See, I gotta think better than that, yo. I gotta stop tripping. Hold on, let's see. It's getting there. Look at him. He forgot who he was. I forgot who I was. At this point, we thinking we 25. He 30, I'm 25. That's where we was at. I had to replay this in my head so I can be better the next time. I want to see when did it all go wrong. Remember, I thought the episode was over with. We was in an extended version for some reason. You know how you think the movie over with and it's over with and the credits come and then some footage come in? We was at that part of it. We was when the footage came back in. The blooper reel. Just the blooper reel.
About the Wuhan origin of the... Okay, all right.
You're stupid too.
I didn't call
you.
Yeah, I don't understand. You got a degree to show me.
Do you want to just end? What do you want to do, Apostle? You want to just keep it going until like the end or what?
I'm responding.
No, I mean, I'm trying to say something and you just are still going, both of you are talking and I'm trying to ask a question to you. I did. I'm saying to you, and I'm saying to you first, because you're a part of the manager, you're part of hosting. So I'd like for you to just maybe sympathize with me. No big deal. Or empathize with me. Okay, I want to ask the question to the whole panel, but I want to start with the guest again. So can we look at, like, without saying, we'll say the CVID for YouTube purposes. Is the origin of that with the pandemic that we had, we'd say the Wuhan region, right? That the part in China. Is that correct, Ankh?
Yeah.
Like, is that where? Okay.
Mhm.
So when we
Maybe that's wrong.
say it originated there,
Mhm.
it's not. It's a fact. It's not a theory, correct? We know
I
it originated
disagree.
there.
Yeah, I disagree.
Okay,
No.
well, we might as well.
Yeah, because the French, how did the French put it? To spread it in Europe?
Can I let him answer those, Daquan?
Yeah.
Can I get him to answer? Then you could come in. Go ahead.
So it's a hypothesis. It's not they don't have a scientific theory on where they have the scientists they postulate that it's from Wuhan, just like you just said.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's not a scientific theory though.
But we know that we have facts that it was there. I know I'm not talking about theory or hypothesis. It's an actual fact that it originated there. So it is with the information about syphilis. I'm trying to correlate those two. And anybody else can get in here if you want to just join the conversation, because it's kind of going in circles. We know for a fact that it originated in the Americas, because the conversation about who spread it is not the same as where it came from, correct?
No, I disagree.
You're right, Nepal. You're right.
I'm not
hear from
disagreeing with. I know they're blaming the Americans. I know that. But I know the French got it, and the French ain't been to America.
Okay, I'm going to do this again. I'm going to do this again. And we're going to start with the middle, which is the guest, and then we'll branch out to everybody. Ankh.
Yes.
Is it, before we talk about the spread of it as an epidemic, where did the actual bacteria, what we have facts of where we see the origin of the bacteria?
You're talking about what? The syphilis?
Syphilis. Like not who spread it, just where's the facts that the epidemiologists found, okay, this is where this started, right? Where did it start?
That's in America because scantly. The first of all, there is no legions in the pre-Columbian in Europe. They don't find no bodies with none of the legions on it. That's just important, yo.
That's not what that article
okay.
said.
It's absent and dated pre-1492 European skeleton collections. This is a critical point in the debate, yo. Infection, 2002 Harper and Baker, current anthropology. They don't even find it there, yo.
Thank you. Okay. Do you get what he's saying?
Yeah, no, he don't.
They called it the French disease. I know that.
Daquan, stop for a second, please. Let me just get in here. I don't want to I'm not trying to take over, but I want to make a point, and he's making a point. Maybe it could be clear. If you can show us the bacteria being in Europe before it was in the Americas, am I wrong? I'm not an expert on this. If you could get facts on that, or some sources that say, oh, this actual bacteria, syphilis, was in Europe way before the Americas. If you can show that, maybe you would have a dog in the fight, right? Or no?
No, because Nepal, what it shows that the French in Europe got it when they don't even know what to call it. And the French
got it when they were in the Americas. Okay, Cedric, do you want to get in here?
The French had not been to America.
Yes.
Okay.
First of all,
Columbus came to America in 1492. The French didn't come to America. They called it. The French was over.
We heard you. I have the floor now. We heard you. Be quiet.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not finished.
Be quiet. You are finished.
Let him just park. Cedric, let him park, and then we'll get to you.
Be quiet and wait. I don't know who you think you is. You ain't no bulldog, man. Look at you.
All right, this is getting.
Stop it, man. No, I would agree, except I'm reading this thing.
You're not reading it, yo.
I'm reading it, and it said the French. This is before they came to America.
You know how they got it, though,
the
right?
French, they're calling the disease not syphilis. They're calling it the French disease.
We heard you. Okay, we heard you.
They're calling it the French disease. Why?
We heard you.
The French,
mute your mic. We heard you.
If you give him 1 second, Cedric, he's gonna keep going if you do that. So let him just park his car.
Look, man, stop trying to act like a bulldog. When you
just don't respond to that, please.
Stop it.
All right.
You don't frighten me.
Okay, Apostle, let me move on to him.
What I'm saying is the French got the disease. They haven't yet been to America. It's 1494, and they are spreading it all over Europe.
Made that up.
Okay, thank you, Apostle. Cedric, go ahead. Thank you, Apostle. Go ahead, Cedric.
Made that up.
Reading is
You read it. I didn't make it.
Please, Apostle, thank you. Go, Cedric, thank you.
Reading is indeed fundamental. If you look at the article that he held up there, it gave a range of dates: 1491, between 1491 and 1495, I think, right? There's a range. Why? Because it's not an exact date. However, his whole premise is rooted in a fundamental flaw. He fundamentally believes that this bacteria was transmitted, or that there was a zoonotic jump. First of all, if you don't understand the evolution of this particular bacteria, then you wouldn't understand what you're talking about. First of all, it didn't contract it from no sexual encounters with any sheep. So your origins there is fundamentally wrong. This is a bacteria that lives with human. It's just a staphylococcus that lives on our skin. Eventually, over time, based on our changing of environments, it developed into the sexually transmitted form, which became predominantly evident by anthropology and genetics in the Americas. We have Colombian contact from 1492. We have Colombian contact. And when you look at sailors, they are not from a singular nation. People go to the Spanish and Italian ports and they join the ships. They come back and they spread out to their communities. When we see the prevalence of it, when we see that it becomes a problem in society, at that point, the transmission has already taken place. You cannot use an outdated a piece of narrative to argue a modern position. What you're doing is disingenuous because you're fundamentally flawed. You're stuck with an outdated folklore and you think you have some evidence. And just like your failed, your flawed methodology, this is classic confirmation bias. We know what the French said in 14, so what? What does modern science say? And that is where we are. You forgot the subject matter that you're dealing with. Your belief and your outdated nonsense is not relevant when we're having a modern conversation. So your sheep nonsense, which you started with, is outdated, a folklore, foundation in modern science. We know that this is a bacteria that developed alongside human being, and it became evident in the Americas. And from there, it spread through contact, through post-Columbian contact. Now, Apostle, just admit that you're wrong, an idiot, a dumb fool, don't know what you're talking about, and get the hell out of here and stop wasting our time. You're wasting a good conversation on a moot and irrelevant point that you interjected in the beginning because you were on a non sequitur, which took the whole conversation off of the point that Ankh was trying to make, which was, if we continue to kill our young black men because they don't know how to resolve conflicts, eventually our population is going to diminish because all our young men are not reaching the age of reproduction.
That is a good point. I'm glad you brought that back. I do want to say this before we go. Whoever you are backstage, I cannot see you. You need to turn your camera on. I said that because that's how it goes over here. Let me say this. Like, there is a super chat. There is a super chat, and I wanted to, before our guest has been here for 3 hours, I wanted to get to the point about the apes.
Let's get it. Let's move forward.
Yeah, but no, I want to read
I'm gonna get the super chat. I'm gonna get the super chat, but basically,
I would like to read this, Nepal, if I may. Just a quick thing. I ain't gonna read it.
Honestly, I don't want to do this anymore, Apostle. I don't want to keep on going with the syphilis thing.
I should be good to respond to what this dude just said.
Because you know why? Because you've already responded, and the show is not gonna go. keep going on and on about you. That's the same source that we've been using. If you could find a source,
and it says it's not an outdated source. It's not from yesterday. It's a modern source, and it says what it says. That's the fact.
What it say, bro?
That's the fact.
What it say,
The
bro?
first record outbreak of syphilis in Europe
I refuse.
occurred in 1994 in Naples.
The word is not record.
During the French invasion.
Word is not.
They named the disease after the French. It was called the French disease.
You already said that, Apostle. You made that point. You made that point. So I want to move on, and so does the audience.
I'm making it because they done laid out.
You already made it many times, and your point has been fully made. People hear everything you said. I want to move forward, and we can talk about other things. You can talk about other things. You're here to talk about other things. So I sounded like Donald Trump a little bit there. Talk about other things.
They both just got slapped in their faces. That's all.
Nepal.
So now, I don't know what's going on with the screen when you took that down, Apostle. Maybe you can fix it because it is jacked up now, and I can't even fix it. So now, okay, listen, let's go forward. We'll get the super chat.
Can I say something to Paul?
Yes, you can. Go ahead.
He keeps me. You see my eyes, yo, my eyes is squinting. I didn't reach it. I didn't reach the point. I reached the point, man. Cool outlet, yeah, man. I use Apple Pay, bro. Sure do. Pick up the Baltimore, man. Maryland, stand up, man. Maryland, stand up. All right, let me hit it. You see the eyes, though. When the eyes get like that, yo, it's about to go down. I think I'm just gone at this point. Eyes squinting, I'm tired. And man, just read that word. It's not record.
No. I ain't misread nothing.
Word is record.
It doesn't matter. I didn't misread nothing.
The word is record.
That's right. First case report.
Right.
So,
Apostle,
let me answer this. So the question is, why France? You know what I mean?
Why you still flaming?
Why France? Why did they name it the French thing? Because it came through the French. So it spread through French troops participating in Italian wars. I'm going to say this again, bro.
Not here in America.
Look, I'm not talking.
You're going to let him have the whole mic, right? Just please. I mean, people in the audience, at the end of the day, I'm going to be called a woman when I crash out. Because at the end of the day, I'm going to ruin the entire thing, and I don't want to. Stop, please, interrupting him. Please, Apostle, I'm begging you.
I'm grabbing my head. Nepal's about to crash out. She holding on for dear life. I'm grabbing my head. We in the after credits at this point. The episode over with. The credits then ran, and then the extra footage then came. We in the extra footage. I'm grabbing my head, man. I'm 4 hours in, man. At this point, I'm saying, man, I gotta cuss him out. I'm thinking about Dr. Ankh. You can't show up like that. I'm thinking about everybody. My dear mother in the back of my head. Come on, son, don't do it. My father, my dear father popping up saying, bang him in the mouth. So I'm quote between my mother saying, don't do it. I'm quote between my father saying, bang him in the mouth. I got the crowd saying, don't do it, bro. You old, you gonna come out crazy. And I'm saying, man, I'm grabbing that head. Yo, that's a warning sign for Homo sapiens sapien. That's a warning sign right there. Gotta heed the warning. He's not reading body language at this point. I'm holding on, man. Let me see if I make it. Am I, let's see. Don't think I'm gonna make it.
I have a whole manager. You can do 1,000 shows on this, Elder. Just let him speak. I implore you, please, Apostle. Go ahead, Ankh, and then we'll kind of keep some order. I'm not saying you don't have to talk. You can't talk, Apostle, but please let him say the whole thing. Please, go ahead, Ankh. And then we'll move on to the apes. Thank you so much, Apostle. Go ahead.
The word French in France seems to put him in a state of mind that he can't handle or comprehend it. It said recorded, meaning the first time they recorded seeing this particular pathogen, the French. But it was French troops participating in what? In Italian wars. Why is this important? Why is the date important? Night 17, what is it? What the hell? You got 19, what is it, 19? When the hell did Christopher come over here? When did he come over? He made me.
He came over here in 14. What you saying, it doesn't make sense. But go ahead and say it.
1492.
Say it.
1492, right? Who is Christopher Columbus? Who financed his voyage?
Spain. Spain.
Did. Spain.
Oh, I thought Spain did.
He's Italian.
He is Italian, but it's Italian. They wouldn't do it. Spain did it.
No, but they all mix back and forth.
Yeah, they're all Europeans. Okay, so they are Europeans.
Point here. Columbus. So they had different troops that end up going to the Americas, and I'm saying they come back, yo. They and these different soldiers and different.
No, you're wrong. You're lying. You're lying on the information in your head.
I would so love to move forward on this.
You know what, yo, you're a motherfucking bitch. You're a nigga to me.
Okay, and you know what, Ankh, you got it. Listen, you got this. This is the thing. This is a great show. He's just trying to teach, but listen, the point that, listen, what he was talking about with the males, that is some deep, listen.
I don't want to hear it now. I'm crashed out now. You're all.
No, you're not crashing out. Listen, stay here. Wait. You're teaching. Let me say this. You were on some science.
I'm glad y'all can't really hear that because I got some kind of crazy. I gotta fix my mic. There you go. I was gone. I don't care about science no more. I don't know about science. I think I'm about 25. I'm cussing them out. Called him a B.I. Man, listen, man, I'm glad my mic ain't working, man. I think it's some kind of noise cancellation. Whenever somebody talking, I can't get it off. I'm glad. I'm just gone at this point, man. I'm trying to tell y'all, man, I ain't there, man. Ankh has left the building. Bobby Banger is in full force. Bobby Banger from Baltimore in the streets. I forgot I was on YouTube. I'm looking to bang him in the mouth. I'm gonna bang him in the mouth. Oh man, this is crazy, man. Yo, got me. He finally won. Look at his face. He look a little rabbit too. Two old ass men on YouTube talking about fight. Yo, what that, man? You know what? Yeah, I can't do this, bro. I cannot sit here and look at myself. It's straight madness, yo. Look at his eyes, yo. Look at him, yo. Look at his peepers, yo. If he had a gun here, shoot me, yo. He'd have had to shoot me because I'd have banged him in his mouth. I'd have definitely hit that man in this moment in time. I'd have hit that man in his mouth, yo. He wouldn't have had no choice but to pull that gun, man. Yeah, Apostle is 70, yo. He's 70, I'm 58, yo. This is not going to end well for both of us, yo. If I hit him, I'm going to break my hand. I'm going to break my hand, and according to how hard I throw the punch, I'm going to break my hand and hurt my shoulder. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to hit him, he's going to fall and hit his head and die. It ain't going to end well for neither one of us. No way, bro. I cannot be. Listen, man, I cannot be on shows with this guy, man. I gotta know that I can only hold out for a minute, man. He had me. This is crazy, bro. No way, man. No, wait, let me see. Y'all can't hear, so it don't matter, yo. Let me see.
Scientific stuff about the behavior. You were on some science about the behavior.
Fuck that science, I'm going.
Look at you.
No, oh, come on, don't do that. Please,
Look
I'm
at-
begging you, don't do that. Apostle, can you please leave, if you could leave the panel if you can't do, this is a great show. Isn't it weird?
I'm not
Isn't it
responsible for
weird that,
nigga. Believe that. I'm not responsible.
In your mouth, you gonna have
can you leave the panel, Apostle? Can you leave the panel?
But he
Thank you.
fucking out.
Can you please leave the panel, Elder? Can you please just leave it? Thank you. I'm not going to remove you. I need you to just thank you. All right, so
around this guy. Check this out, man. This nigga is an asshole, yo. He did this shit. He fucked my whole show up, yo. On some
no, he didn't. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. It's not messed up.
I didn't need this old ass anti-scientific Bible thumper on my show, man. I'm trying to teach somebody something different. I never said you can't be religious and understand science. You just can't be that type of nigga. He's an ignorant ass nigga, and he old, and he can't change, and he on my fucking nerves. I don't never want to talk to this nigga again, because when I see him, I smack the shit out of him, and I mean it. I'm done. Take it down. Take it down. Get it out of here, man. Y'all listen to the show all day, yo. I tried, yo, all day, bro. I was gone. I apologize to you, man. Ain't nowhere in the world, yo. This how this world gotta be, yo. I mean, it's sometimes you realize, yo, man. I remember Baltimore. Might have been around like Park Heights. I'm gonna tell you where I was at. Y'all can go ahead and use it against me later. It don't matter. I don't even care. I'm on Park Heights and Bela. That's where I'm at. And I'm in a vacant house. In a vacant house. Across the street from the vacant house was a store that I had my arcade games in. Yeah, arcade game. So, you know, Street Fighter. So it'd be filling up to get the niggas on the corner be playing it. It'd be filling up with quarters and all that. So I'm kind of waiting around to make the collection so I can go ahead and get, you know, some dope and get high. But I'm in a vacant house and it's called a shooting gallery. And anybody know what a shooting gallery is, man, is where people shoot heroin, right? Get high off any kind of drug you're going to get high off of, right? And I'm in there saying, I don't even belong in here, yo. I know it look bad. You walking over broken bottles, needles and stuff. I was like, man, I don't even, but I say, I know I'm in here with niggas shooting dope and all that. I used to sniff. I was like, but this ain't me. You know what I'm saying? Like, I never felt comfortable with that arrangement. I said, I got some money across the store. I got arcade games. I had them all over the city. I said, what the fuck am I doing? And I'm at that moment right now. What the fuck am I doing, yo? Ain't no way in the world that I could ever talk to a nigga like that again. I'd rather just bang him in the mouth than talk to him. And since I can't hit him in the mouth, since I can't act a fool and cuss him out, I'd rather just, every time I see him, bro, I can't be around you, yo. Because you take me outside of myself. You take me back to the days when I'm in a vacant house realizing I don't even supposed to be here, yo. And it's at that moment when you recognize, yo, I don't need to be here, so thus I won't be here. So I'm at that moment, yo. Anybody that get disrespectful and carry crazy going forward, yo, we just not gonna be in each other's space, yo, because I can't handle it, yo. Hey, man, look, man, that's the show for the day, man. I'm gonna do the after show. We can talk about it, man. It was crazy, man. You know I appreciate everybody come through. Man, hit that daggone Cash App, man. Hit that Apple Pay, man. Do whatever they all got to do, man, that makes y'all support, man, the show, man. Man, we always teaching. We using parts of our life to teach, man, to teach y'all so y'all can see what it is, man. We love the people for real. We appreciate everybody. We ignore the chat because the chat will say anything to get you going. I mean, damn near anything, man. Man, hit the link, man. Show some love, man. Man, we putting pressure where we supposed to. We putting pressure on the pseudos. Because the pseudos always dies at their source, man. We putting pressure on the ignorant to learn more. We up in the game. We up in the educational levels. That's what we doing, man. We making sure the kids look up to those who go to college and not to those who sell dope on the corner. That's what we do, yo. And we stand away from the pseudos, man. Because pseudo always dies at the source. I got to make a pseudo always die at the source, man. I swear to goodness, man. Because, boy, that was a wild show right there, man. Man, like and subscribe, man. Like, share, and subscribe. Like, share, and subscribe. Yeah, man, like and subscribe, man. Show some love, man. Y'all already know what it is, man. We here doing it, man. Make sure y'all support the pseudo killers, man. All right, man. Like and subscribe to the channel, man. Make sure y'all support the community of skeptics, man. This is where we at right now, man. Very, very powerful, man. We're gonna go live in a minute, man. We always gonna try to at least do 2 shows a day going forward, man. Hopefully we can do the rewinds and get it going. Now we on the FBA here. We back on them again because that's what they deserve it. They chest out there too far, man. Hanging way, way out there, man. Yeah.
Into the blood where the false truth break. We cut through the lies like a blade to the fake. We don't need superstition. We don't run from the facts. We let the fires hit like a hammer to the back. You can't shake the truth that we bring. While we bang to make them pay. You can't blame the chains that we cut. Intellect is a little. It's about being banging. We make nails ring. We drop rocks like bombs. Let the truth cling. We move with reason. We cut through the fiction. Intellectual instinct. That's our conviction. So scared when the lights get loud. When the first knowledge comes, we don't follow the crowd. We break the cycle, make the falsehoods fall. Intellectual fighters, we outthink them all. You can't shake the truth that we bring. We'll be paid to make the crowd say. You can't break the chains that we cut. Intellect is a lips. It's a Bobby bang. We make nails ring. We drop rocks like bombs. Let the truth cling. We move with reason. We cut through the fiction. Intellectual instinct. That's our conviction. Bobby Painter on the front line. We don't run, we reel in. When the world needs truth, we step in. It's a beat thing. We make bells ring. Intellectual fighters make the crowd sign. No fear, no myth, no lies, no games. Bobby Painter.
Banger thing. Yeah, man. Appreciate y'all, man. I'm your host, Bobby Banger. And with that, we